It's estimated that Italy is home to 2/3 of the world's cultural treasures. Trouble is, the country's too broke to keep its historic ruins, churches, and monuments from crumbling to dust. Italy's up to its neck in debt. Taxes go unpaid. Corruption in an overstuffed bureaucracy is rife. But now, some of its most treasured and endangered landmarks are being saved, not by the government, but by a more respectable Italian institution, the fashion business. As we reported last October, it stepped in to rescue some of Italy's most iconic sites, among them the very symbol of its rich, violent, and inventive history, the Colosseum in Rome. With its stunning, timeless sights, it's justifiably called the Eternal City, a holy place to billions, a vast landscape of the sacred and profane. An architectural delight, especially when viewed at sunset. And smack in the middle is the Colosseum, the greatest surviving wonder of the ancient world, a memorial to the rise, decline, and fall of Imperial Rome, a place truly colossal.
We think it seats about 50,000 people, but this number depends on how wide you think the Roman behind was. If you think that they had big behinds, then you calculate less. Small behinds, you calculate more. This is the Temple of Venus in Rome.
Backsides aside, Professor Kimberly Bowes is the director of the American Academy in Rome and an expert on ancient Mediterranean history, who knows every inch of the Colosseum. She's taking us to the very top level, far above where tourists tread, for a site that over the centuries, very few people have seen firsthand.
The view is terrifying. The view is extraordinary. Look at this. This is where the poor people sat.
You really get the scale of this building here, though. Look how big this is. Look how big this is. People are ants.
The place was built by the hands of slaves in just 10 years. Finished a mere half-century after the crucifixion. The performers here were gladiators, wild animals, even comedians. I gathered that this place was the entertainment center, the Broadway of its day, yes?
In a way, the whole point is to produce marvels, to produce a spectacle that would have amazed the audience. The people with the most power, the senators, are down at the bottom, and the people with the least power, the slaves and the women, are up at the top.
Women?
Women. You don't want women to get too close to gladiators. You have to keep them separate, because your greatest fear, you have two fears if you're a Roman man. One is that your slave is going to kill you one day in your bed. And your second fear is that your wife is going to run off with a slave, like a gladiator. This is what everyone's afraid of, so you got to put the women up on the top.
So even though the gladiators were slaves, they were kind of the movie stars of their day.
They were.
And we turn to Hollywood for an idea of how it all might have looked.
There's a moment in Gladiator where Russell Crowe walks out right where we are.
Professor Bowes gives the filmmakers high marks for the historical accuracy of their computer recreation of the Colosseum.
The whole drama is really the reenactment of Roman conquest, the continual expansion of the empire.
Backstage was actually underground, the basement.
Until recently, this was just filled with dirt.
A labyrinth of corridors, dungeons for slaves, cages for animals, all brought from the far reaches of the empire, and wooden elevators, raised by ropes and pulleys, leading to trapdoors in the stage.
There's a wonderful scene in Gladiator where the tiger pops out of the floor. This is exactly the kind of thing that would have been used to wow the audience.
Since the 18th century, the Roman Catholic Church has venerated the Colosseum as a symbol of the early Christian martyrs who were put to death for their beliefs. Professor Bowes tells visitors there were indeed early Christians quietly executed elsewhere in Rome. But as for the Colosseum,
we have not one piece of evidence that any Christians were ever killed in this building. Not one. There are, I think, really interesting reasons for this. If you take a group of people who, by all accounts, are extraordinarily brave in the face of certain death, and you put them in this space and put them on display, who's everyone going to cheer for? They're going to cheer for the Christians, right? Because they show such extraordinary bravery. This is not a smart thing to do politically.
So I'm in the famous Colosseum where
6 million tourists a year visit here, snapping selfies and posing with rent-a gladiators who pass the time with cigarettes and cell phones. The place has survived fires and earthquakes over the centuries. Now there's a new crisis, finding the money to manage the crowds and keep up with basic maintenance. The director of the Colosseum is Rosella Rea.
I soldi non ci sono.
The money isn't there. There's very little, totally inadequate funding, only 5% of what we need.
Too little money, and from the Italian parliament, too much red tape. A lot of people say the bureaucracy is so top-heavy. That's the reason things don't get done.
Bureaucracy is not just heavy, it is extremely heavy, and we are the first victims. Bureaucracy for us is a killer.
But that scaffolding you saw earlier is a sign that help is on the way. The Colosseum is getting a badly needed facelift with money from an unlikely source. To prevent further ruin, a benefactor is spending an arm and a leg, $35 million, on a place where 2,000 years ago, gladiators and slaves literally lost arms, legs, and lives, and all in the name of show business. The benefactor is Diego Della Valle, a prominent Italian businessman who knows a lot about the business of showing. Della Valle is CEO of Tod's, the luxury leather goods company. Crafting stylish shoes and bags has long been an Italian specialty. Having made his bundle, Della Valle decided to give some back to the state. Why spend so much of your own money, millions upon millions, to fix this wreck?
Why not? Well, I am Italian. I am very proud to be Italian. And there is a very famous Kennedy speech, no? It's the moment that what is possible for us to do for our country, we need to do now.
The shoes that made Della Valle's fortune are assembled the old-fashioned way, by hand, stitch by stitch. And the work he's funding at the Colosseum is also about as low-tech as it gets. It's being cleaned literally inch by inch to get rid of centuries of caked-on dust, grime, air, and auto pollution. The stone is travertine, a kind of limestone. No chemicals allowed, only purified water and elbow grease. Days, weeks, months, years on end of scrubbing, built by hand, saved by hand. How long is it going to take?
The Colosseum?
Yeah.
I think 3 years from now.
And what will it look like, do you think, when they're finished?
I am very curious.
To get some idea, we were shown a few sections that had been completely cleaned. 2,000 years old and looking almost brand new. And in the world of high style, it's become fashionable to follow Della Valle's example. An entire parade of fashionistas are bankrolling similar worthy causes. The Fendi fashion house donated $3.5 million for some new plumbing for a familiar waterworks. It's the Trevi Fountain,
Marcello, come here.
where 54 years ago, Marcello Mastroianni and Anita Ekberg went wading in Fellini's La Dolce Vita, The Sweet Life, forever linking Rome and romance.
This movie helped a lot to build really this powerful image of the Trevi Fountain. Cinema has a big power.
Silvia Fendi's grandfather started the business 90 years ago. And as we spoke, huge crowds had a last chance to throw in a coin before the closing of the site for repairs.
It means that you will be in good health to come, in order to come back. So it's very important for us. This country gave us a lot. And so it's nice at a point to give back something.
Elsewhere in Rome, the Bulgari fashion house is paying to clean and repair the Spanish Steps, where tourists stop to rest their feet. A Japanese fashion company with ties to Italy is restoring the Pyramid of Cestius, built to honor a noble Roman 2 decades before the birth of Christ and after the Roman conquest of Egypt. And in Venice, the 400-year-old Rialto Bridge over the Grand Canal will be cleaned and strengthened, thanks to $7 million from this man, Renzo Rosso. Is the government too poor, too broke to maintain its treasures?
No, I think we have to face with the reality. The reality is that they don't have money.
Rosso is a farmer's son, a self-made man known as the jeans genius, as in diesel jeans. He built the brand from the ground up, expanding into other businesses and becoming a billionaire several times over.
And I want more shorts.
His sleek headquarters rival anything in Silicon Valley, what with the espresso bars and daycare, where kids learn the international language of business.
Flat out. Flat in.
But the fashion industry is a rare bright spot in the stagnant Italian economy. And these workers are the lucky ones. Elsewhere, fully half the country's young adults are unemployed. There's corruption, public and private, and widespread tax evasion.
The Italian people are tired of this corruption because we have too many people that steal, too many people that put the money in his pocket. We have 40% of people doesn't pay tax. Can you imagine? 40%. It's unbelievable.
Pope Francis talks about the problem in scathing terms, saying corrupt politicians, businessmen, and priests are everywhere.
In Italia,
and the country's new young prime minister, Matteo Renzi, has declared war on the political establishment, saying the whole system should be scrapped. Diego Della Valle agrees.
I think it's possible now to open a new way. The old point of view was without any sense. I opened a new point of view. I push for the new point of view.
But as Della Valle's scrubbers continue their work, it's worth noting that his generous offer to restore the country's greatest monument was mired in the bureaucratic mud for nearly 3 years before work could begin.
This is the real challenge that Italy has. This is why sites are closed and monuments are falling down. The bureaucracy will have to change in order to actually make it possible for someone to come and say, here, do you want $25 million? Without the bureaucracy saying, well, I don't know, I'll have to think about it.
But time is a way of standing still for Italians. Past glories are always present. The food remains superb, and the noble wines still lubricate the conversation. On the surface, it's still la dolce vita, the sweet life. As for the future, that's somebody else's problem.
some tragedies never end. Ask people to name a nuclear disaster, and most will probably point to Fukushima in Japan 3 years ago. The nuclear meltdown at Chernobyl in Ukraine was 30 years ago, but the crisis is still with us today. That's because radiation virtually never dies. After the explosion in 1986, the Soviets built a primitive sarcophagus, a tomb, to cover the stricken reactor, but it wasn't meant to last very long, and it hasn't. Engineers say there's still enough radioactive material in there to cause widespread contamination. For the last 5 years, a massive project has been underway to seal the reactor permanently. But the undertaking is $750 million short, and the completion date has been delayed repeatedly. 30 years later, Chernobyl's crippled reactor still has the power to kill. It's called a zone, and getting into it is crossing a border into one of the most contaminated places on Earth. The 20-mile no-man's land was evacuated nearly 30 years ago. But drive to the center of the zone today, and you'll see a massive structure that appears to rise out of nowhere. It's an engineering effort the likes of which the world has never seen. With funds from over 40 different countries, 1,400 workers are building a giant arch to cover the damaged reactor like a casserole. It will be taller than the Statue of Liberty and wider than Yankee Stadium, the largest movable structure on Earth. Nicholas Kai is overseeing the arch's construction. You know, when you think about it, you had this massive project going on, all these people working here, billions of dollars being spent because of one day 30 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. It was the biggest disaster of the nuclear industry, yes.
The disaster was sparked by massive explosions that tore the roof off of Chernobyl's reactor number 4, spewing radioactive dust into the atmosphere. The Soviets drafted over 500,000 troops to put out the fire and clear the nuclear debris. Thousands got seriously ill from radiation exposure. Today, 3 decades later, the cleanup continues. But as this recent video shows, the reactor is still packed with poison. Heaps of gnarled steel and concrete, pools of nuclear fuel that have hardened into a dense mass called the elephant's foot. There's still so much radiation coming from the reactor that workers have to construct the arch nearly 1,000 feet away, shielded by a massive concrete wall. When finished, the arch will be slid into place around the sarcophagus, then sealed up.
We will push it in once. The average speed will be around 10 meters an hour, so it's approximately the speed of a snail.
Right, but that's pretty rapid considering the size of this thing.
It is, yes.
But the construction itself will have to move a lot quicker. The old plant and sarcophagus are falling apart. Just 2 years ago, a snowstorm caused the roof of one of the buildings to collapse, forcing workers to be evacuated and raising fears of further contamination. Radiation is not subject to the usual rules of life and death. It is virtually eternal. When Kai took us on a tour of the site, we were fitted with dosimeters to tell us how much we were being exposed to. Suddenly, a sound we didn't want to hear. Hey, this beep is going off.
No, it's not. It's normal.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm definitively sure.
I don't like a beeper in Chernobyl. I don't like that sound. Building the arch under these conditions is challenging enough, but some of the biggest obstacles have nothing to do with radiation. As violence gripped Ukraine this year, one of the arch's contractors backed out. The project is also $770 million short and has been plagued by repeated delays. No matter when it's completed, vast stretches of the zone will never recover. This is the city of Pripyat, 2 miles from the reactor. 30 years ago, the population was 50,000. Today, it is 0. Pripyat was where many of the plant's workers lived, grateful for their posting in a town that was the model of Soviet modernity. 9-story apartment buildings lined this boulevard. They're still there, but you can't see them anymore. The forest has taken over. A vision, perhaps, of what the whole world might look like were people to just disappear. It was springtime in Pripyat that day in 1986, and an amusement park was due to open in a few days. Andrei Glukov lived here then. So that Ferris wheel never had any kids in it?
Never had any kids. These bumper cars on your left had never kids on it too.
When you talk to your former neighbors, what do you call it? The accident, the catastrophe?
We just call it 26, which was the date of the accident.
26?
26th of April.
Sort of like the Americans call 9/11.
Exactly.
Back then, Glukov worked for Chernobyl's Nuclear Safety Division. He took us on a tour through a part of the plant that had not been destroyed. He was off duty that night, but what he saw when he drove past the damaged reactor was like nothing he or anyone else had ever seen.
This was a terrifying picture. It looked like a sunset in a distance about 100, 200 yards from you. And this was the glowing core of the reactor.
That was the first and the only time you saw it?
No, that was the first time when I realized the scale of the disaster.
Glukov told his family in Pripyat to stay inside and close the windows. Soviet authorities covered the area with secrecy, told people they had nothing to worry about. But 36 hours later, over 1,000 buses were sent in to evacuate everyone. Authorities told people it would only be for 3 days. One of many lies. The people never came back, and Pripyat is being overwhelmed by the elements. One of the only things still recognizable is that old Soviet iconography. Drive through the zone, and you'll find that many villages suffer the same fate as Pripyat. A row of simple markers has been planted with the names of each one. But amidst this wilderness, the strangest sight of all, people. Just a few. Ivan Ivanovich and his wife Maria were evacuated to an apartment block near Kiev after the accident, but couldn't take it. They weren't made for the city, so 2 years later they came back. Today, there are 3 other people living in this village, just a few miles from the old power plant. When you decided to come back to live here, did anyone tell you it was dangerous?
It's really okay here. You know, when I lived in that apartment block, I got sick all the time. But when I came back here, I was fine. And I've been fine ever since.
You should never leave home.
I would be long gone if I'd stayed there. I'd be in the ground.
Despite the danger, Tim Mousseau also chose to be here. For the last 15 years, the University of South Carolina biologist has been studying the contamination's impact from a makeshift lab inside the zone. Aren't many serious labs I've seen that look like this.
Yeah, this is an opportunistic lab. It's an old villager's house.
Mousseau's research has shown that the catastrophe continues to take its toll.
And we're going to attempt to measure just how radioactive these mice are.
What's the comparison between the amounts of radiation a mouse would have here and a mouse somewhere else?
Some of these mice have on the order of 10,000 times more radioactivity in their bodies than in clean areas.
The human toll has been profound as well. Thyroid cancer and leukemia affected thousands, though the exact number of deaths is still being debated.
There certainly is evidence that some of the genetic damage that occurs at the level of the DNA can be transmitted from one generation to the next.
So a nuclear disaster is never over.
There will be areas that will be contaminated for thousands, if not millions of years.
This makes the zone like no other place on Earth, which is why it's attracting tourists. If you've done Paris and Rome, why not try a holiday in hell? Check out the apocalypse. How did your friends react when you told them you were coming on vacation to Chernobyl?
They thought it was very strange, yeah. But I mean, people have been coming here for a while, so I guess it must be safe.
You guess it must be safe. What makes you believe it's safe?
Well, would assume that the guides wouldn't bring people here if it wasn't safe.
Right, well, I hope you're right.
So do I.
Thousands of workers fled into the zone every day to look after what remains of the plant. Others live here year-round in one of the few places safe enough for inhabitants, the town of Chernobyl itself. Yevgen Goncharenko was our guide. He lives here too. Why are you living here and not in Kiev?
Because I like this place. For me, it's very interesting, maybe even sacred place.
A sacred place?
For me, yeah.
He spends much of his time writing music on his bass guitar. Music as desolate as the landscape surrounding him. As desolate as the remains of this empire that has long since disappeared. A decade after the disaster, workers here built a monument honoring their colleagues whose lives had been destroyed. The workers and the firemen made the monument themselves?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And what does it say?
Тим, хто врятував світ, to those who saved the world.
To those who saved the world. That may sound a bit hyperbolic, but when the reactor exploded in 1986, radioactive dust and debris were carried as far away as Italy and Sweden. Until the arch finally seals up that stricken reactor, and no one knows when that might be, something like that could happen again. Unlike other historic relics, Chernobyl does not belong to the past. Its power will never die. Chernobyl is forever.
If you have ever taken a vacation to Italy, chances are you've been to Florence or Venice or Rome. It's unlikely you've been to a place called Cremona, a small city with a rich heritage. It's home to one of mankind's most glorious and coveted creations, elegant, handcrafted Stradivarius violins. Cremona was home to the master himself, Antonio Stradivari, who carved stringed instruments out of raw wood and set the standard for a vibrant musical tradition that still flourishes today. Time seems to stand still in the small northern Italian city of Cremona. It's a quiet place, almost sleepy. It moves to the rhythms of pedals and pedestrians. But to understand the culture of Cremona, you have to listen. It's believed the violin was invented here. To an audience of schoolchildren in a Cremona concert hall, Ukrainian musician Anastasia Petrashak plays a violin made 300 years ago by the most famous violin maker in history, Antonio Stradivari. He plied, many would say perfected, the craft of violin making in Cremona in the 17th and 18th centuries. There are tributes to him all over town. The city's violin museum pays homage to Stradivari and his magnificent creations.
And they are really our history.
Paolo Bodini, a doctor, the former mayor of Cremona, and a director of the museum, took us on a tour of what he calls the treasure box.
So Paolo, these four all by Stradivari?
Yes, we're in the middle of the Stradivari world.
You live with these all the time. Is it possible you have a favorite?
I would say the 1715 is my favorite as far as the sound.
Many of Stradivari's 1,100 instruments have decayed or disappeared over the years, but a number that survived are in remarkable condition and in great demand by musicians all over the world. Cremona's creations have been exported worldwide. Here at a Stradfest in Los Angeles, an event almost as rare as the instruments. Not one, but several Stradivarius violins on stage together. These world-class violinists played second fiddle to the old master. Cremona has brought many of Stradivari's violins back home. There are older instruments from Cremona here too, some made by the Guarneri family, and this one made in 1566 by the man credited with inventing the violin, Andrea Amati.
Now, this could be played today and would still have that exquisite sound?
Yeah, this one is sort of a deep sound.
To nurture that sound, these delicate old instruments must be handled, held, played every month or two.
They're not just museum pieces that sit
No, if you want to keep them in shape, you have to play it quite, I wouldn't say quite often, but once in a while. You know, they need to vibrate to be kept alive.
And when these exquisite, valuable instruments are taken from their cases to be played by Anastasia Petrashak, they get armored car-type security. It's a measure of their timeless power and versatility. In Anastasia's hands, the 300-year-old Strad is just as adept playing a serene passage from Paganini as a gypsy melody by a Spanish composer.
I don't need something better, because there isn't something better.
Itzhak Perlman, one of today's most celebrated violinists, plays only a Strad, though he has a more humble name for his, a fiddle.
This fiddle is so amazing, I don't have to worry about it.
You call it the perfect violin.
Well, it's the violin of my dreams. You know, if you want to play a pianissimo that is almost inaudible and yet it carries through a hall that seats 3,000 people, there is your Strad.
So describe the sound produced by this Stradivarius.
I can actually see the sound in my head. I can actually see it. It has silk. God. It's so difficult to describe, but each sound is different. So this one has that sparkle. There's a sparkle to the sound.
Somebody said it's just the Cremona magic.
Could be. It could be the DNA of the city.
In almost any other Italian city, a medieval piazza and cathedral this magnificent would be crawling with foreign tourists. But Cremona is off the beaten path. It doesn't draw many visitors. But don't mistake it for some charming music box time has forgotten. Cremona actually is a very international city, where the past and present coexist quite harmoniously. Thousands of violins still are made here every year. There seem to be more violin shops than espresso shops in Cremona. There are 150 of them. Stefano Konia came here from Hungary more than 40 years ago. Edgar Russ moved from Austria and makes violins, violas, and violoncellos. Matthias Heiligers came from Holland. He says he and all the other violin makers were drawn by Cremona's history and tradition. Do you feel the old master when you're walking through these streets?
Well, yes, it's a matter of realizing that the man who made all those incredible instruments that we are admiring every day and we're listening at in the concert halls were made by a man that actually walked on the street here, because the streets haven't changed, the houses haven't changed.
Neither has the way Matthias Heiligers and the other craftsmen make their violins. About the only thing that has changed in the past 500 years, workshops today have electric lights. The violin makers use compasses, hand saws, glue, no nails. The tools are simple, the craftsmanship precise.
This is the way Stradivari did it.
300 years ago, he was sitting in the same town doing the same job.
The same way.
The same way, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, no power tools, no big technology, you know.
How do you decide what piece of wood to use?
Well, that is very much a matter of sound, you know. If you listen to this one, for instance, you
can hear it. What are you listening for?
Pom, pom. That's the note this blade has, okay? Now, it has a kind of clear resonance note. This violin is going to have a clear sound.
Can I hear?
It's kind of high, but it's clear in color, not so dark.
The violin makers of Cremona have used wood from the very same forests for hundreds of years. Maple from Bosnia and red spruce from this one valley in the Italian Dolomites. It's said Stradivari first discovered the acoustic qualities of these woods. Now, visitors show up every year to honor the trees, and Italy being Italy, there's a violinist to play a concert, not for the spectators, for the trees.
The material needs to be cut in the right place, but also the right way. We need to have the right moon and the right air humidity and the right wind when we cut the tree in the right season to make sure. Absolutely.
Is anyone today making violins as good as the old masters in Cremona?
I don't think so, but, you know, I hope somebody proves me wrong. That would be great.
300 years we're talking about, and people still want to have a Stradivarius. What is it?
What is it? There is nothing like a fine Italian sound.
That's the magic.
Yeah.
There are only about 650 of Stradivari's creations still in existence. The old instruments from Cremona are so rare and beautiful, they've ignited a kind of feeding frenzy. Sotheby's has this very rare Stradivari viola up for sale and says it's worth $45 million. No takers yet. But Stradivari violins have fetched as much as $16 million, snapped up by collectors and investors.
Could you afford your violin today?
No. Absolutely not.
Would you ever sell your violin?
Right now?
Your Strad?
The way it feels? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Musicians lucky enough to have an old Cremonese instrument like to play them as often as possible. But being played decade after decade for centuries can be rough on old bodies and joints.
I wish I could talk.
Bruce Carlson, born in Michigan, has been restoring violins in Cremona for 40 years. He has to take them apart to fix them.
Once we're all the way around, then we can slip the table off.
He did this to a Stradivarius that literally had fallen apart in a violinist's hands.
What is that like, to pry open a violin made by Stradivari? I'd be scared to death to try to open that thing.
It may be something like a surgeon, you know, when he's operating, can't think about too much about the human side of things as to just getting on with the business and doing it.
Bruce Carlson learned his craft at this school in Cremona. Students from all over the world come here to learn to make violins in the way of the old masters. Chris Kurz dropped out of Penn State to study here. It took him a year to make his first instrument.
What can you get in Cremona that you couldn't get, say, if you studied at Penn State or went to New York?
I mean, like, I can walk down the street and walk by 3 or 4 shops on my way to get a coffee.
E poi fare una specie di curva.
And the fact that I can bring my instrument along to any one of those people and walk in and say, hey, Maestro, do you have a minute or two to look at what I'm doing? And then they give me their input.
It's the city of violins.
Yeah. It's like living, breathing right here in Cremona.
Living, breathing here on the stage of the city's grand old hall. A 21st century chamber orchestra featuring a 300-year-old Stradivarius. It's a tradition, a sound, a gift from Cremona.
"60 Minutes is constantly on the lookout for places we've never been before. So when our late colleague Bob Simon heard about a magical place in the Hebrides Islands off the coast of Scotland, known for making some of the great whiskies in the world, well, the story spoke to him. The place is called Islay, and it's one of 5 whiskey-producing regions in Scotland that make an expensive type of Scotch called single malt. Isla's distilleries turn out relatively small amounts of their own handcrafted brands for a worldwide luxury market that's more than doubled in size in the last decade and become the spirit equivalent of the fine wine business. Bob liked good Scotch and beautiful places, so he went off to Scotland. He died before he could finish the piece, leaving behind a stack of videotapes and some random notes. We decided to finish it for him and raise a glass in his memory. Islay is a small island 20 miles off the west coast of Scotland. There are few trees, miles of windswept heather, and some of the most fertile agricultural land in Scotland. There are sheep and cattle everywhere and an abundance of wildlife. But that's not why people come here. This is 8 small distilleries that produce some of the world's finest single malt whiskeys.
This is the whole lifeblood of this island and everybody on it. This is all we know.
Jim McEwen has been working at Isla's distillery since he was 15 years old. He's now master of the works at Bruichladdich.
I just thank God that he chose the Scots and gave them whiskey, because we appreciate the gift and we look after it.
They've been making it here since the 15th century, when supposedly some monks taught the locals how to use barley, water, and yeast to make a spirit the Scots now call the water of life. They've been perfecting it for 600 years. The distilleries are easy to find, but hard to pronounce. Ardbeg, Bamore, Bruichladdich, Bunnahabhain, Caligula, Kilchoman, Lagavulin, and Lefroy. As Bob Simon noted, they get harder to pronounce the more you visit.
For us guys on the west coast of Scotland, whiskey is a religion because it's a provider. And the great thing about whiskey is not just a drink, it's much more than that. Have you ever watched some old Hollywood movies?
Yes, I have.
Scotch was always portrayed in Hollywood as a whiskey when you were down or you were in trouble. The one thing that was going to get you back on your feet and out there was a Scotch.
Today, if you're down on your luck, you probably can't afford an Islay single malt. The good ones start at around $70 a bottle. The rare ones can go for hundreds of dollars a glass at chic whiskey bars around the world, where they're known for their distinctive smoky taste. It comes from peat, the mossy earthen fuel that's cut from bogs on the island. It was used to heat Scottish homes for centuries and is still used to toast the barley at Islay distilleries. John Campbell is the master distiller at Lefroy, one of the top-selling single malts in America.
Peat is the thing that makes Islay unique, and it really resonates with people, and it just engenders a kind of love-hate relationship, and the people that love it absolutely love it with a passion.
And there seems to be no shortage of them. Islay is not easy to get to, usually requiring multiple flights, a long drive, and a 2-hour ferry ride. Yet enthusiasts continue to make the pilgrimage, especially for the Whiskey Festival.
We get literally thousands upon thousands of single malt tourists coming here. They come from all over the world just to set foot on Islay.
To study it?
No, to drink it. It's lovely. It's clean, it's fresh, it's vibrant.
Officially, Whiskey Fest is a celebration of Islay's culture, but mostly it's about drinking.
Absolutely beautiful, no off notes at all.
As they listen to Jim McEwen extol the virtues of Bruichladdich, the novitiates, connoisseurs, and whiskey snobs approached each glass with reverence bordering on the religious.
Oh, wow. The fruit in that is incredible.
As the glasses empty, the smiles got bigger. But the islanders will tell you that all of this warmth and good feeling comes not from the alcohol in the spirits, but from the spirit of the place. It is almost mystical, beautiful, dramatic, and quiet. There's no road rage, barely any traffic. If you do get hung up, it's probably because of a farm animal. They have the right of way. And if you do happen upon people, they'll almost always greet you with the Islay wave.
So everybody just waves because it's just friendly. There's not so many of us, so you just wave to say hi.
It's what Ailsa Hayes liked about the island when she moved her family here from London to take a manager's position at one of Islay's thriving distilleries.
It's strange, is it not, that such a small place with so few people, your products are known everywhere in the world.
I know. Well, it makes us all very proud. It does. There's such a boom worldwide for single malts. It's fantastic, and you can really feel that on the island. A lot of the distilleries have doubled production, and so there's a lot of opportunities there as well.
And there's no reason to believe that that won't continue.
Well, times are good, people drink. Times are bad, people drink.
Is it possible to be socially acceptable to be a teetotaler on this island?
Yes.
Are there any?
Yes. No, I'm not one of them.
Over the years, the island's people have learned how to entertain themselves, often at gatherings called ceilidhs, which feature traditional dance and sad songs, mostly about leaving Isla and yearning to return.
To sit with my love on the bridge above the rippling waterfall, to go back home, never more to roam, is my dearest wish of all.
If this looks and feels a lot like Ireland, that's no coincidence. It's only 25 miles away. They come from the same tribe, share the same Celtic culture and Gaelic language, not to mention a love of good whiskey that gets them through stormy weather and the long winter nights. There are no movie theaters on Island, no dry cleaners, no supermarkets, no McDonald's, at least in the fast food business. Jim McEwen says there's a long list of things that Isla doesn't have and doesn't want.
We don't have any crime. We don't have mugging, carjacking, housebreaking, rape, just dope, drugs. We don't have that. You can keep that. You're very welcome to it.
How do you explain the fact that there's no crime here? There's crime everywhere else.
If you commit a crime in a small community, you will be ostracized and have to leave. Not only that, your family, your children and your children's children will be remembered as the children of the man who committed the crime.
Most Scots are forthright, practical people who are proud of their country and the fact that their most famous export has withstood the test of time. They see themselves as artisans, and making whiskey is more about art and alchemy than manufacturing. Every distiller has their own secrets and superstitions. We'll give you the unclassified 2-minute tour. Sorry, we can't offer you free samples. It begins with a bit of trickery on the malting floor, when barley that's been soaked in water is spread out and raked over and over to convince the grain it's spring and time to germinate, releasing the starches that are locked inside. It's then dried with peat smoke to add flavor and ground into flour, sometimes with 19th century machinery, and then mixed with hot water, transforming the starches into a sugary concoction called mash.
Smell that, Bob?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that, you can smell the goodness.
Yeast is then added, changing the sugar into alcohol, a primitive ale, which is then cooked a couple of times in copper stills, where the vapor is collected and condensed into this clear liquid.
And that's the stuff we want to go into the barrel.
But what I'm looking at is this looks like rubbing alcohol. This is in fact a whiskey.
It's very good. If you need a rub, there's no doubt about it.
I bet it would be good. But once it goes into the barrel, from then it's just time.
It's just time. And it's a great journey, you know. This is a child, but the cask is the mother. And that's what makes the journey. If you give a good cask, you're bound to get a good child. It's that simple.
It takes less than 3 weeks to make, but requires at least 10 years of aging in these oak casks, which add flavor and color to turn it into world-class single malt whiskey.
You'll see some of the names. There's Clement Springs, Buffalo Trace, Jim Beam.
Bob was surprised to learn that 97% of the casks used to make single malt whiskey had been previously used to age American bourbon and bought secondhand from U.S. distillers. It's testimony to the ingenuity and frugality of the Scots, who have very few oak trees.
Without the American barrel, there would be no whiskey industry. It's as simple as that.
A sophisticated palate will detect a hint of the oak and bourbon in Isla's single malt, as well as the sweetness of sherry that comes from wine casks bought in Europe. Before the final product is sold, it will have done time in a number of different casks. Master distiller Jim McEwen is the one who decides when to rotate them and when each barrel is ready to be bottled. He opened a young cask for Bob to sample.
I would describe that as mellow yellow. absolutely pure.
And it's only 7 years old.
That's right. Young whiskies are like young people. They're vibrant, they're full of life. In fact, this for me is like coming home from work. At the end of the day, I work really hard. Nobody appreciates me. My wife doesn't appreciate me. My kids don't appreciate me. Life's a bitch.
Couple of glasses of that and it doesn't matter.
A couple of shots of that and I am the king of the world.
Absolutely. You know, I never liked this stuff, but the way you're talking me into it.
But you got to check every barrel.
I certainly hope so. Cheers.
McEwen is the man responsible for the taste and consistency of the whiskeys at Bruichladdich, which requires a very personal involvement with the product.
I have heard you described as the cask whisperer.
I do talk to casks, there's no doubt about it.
In what language?
Mainly English, and it depends how many whiskies I've had. If I'd had a few whiskies, I tend to revert to the Gaelic language, so I'm talking to the cask. It's just one of these things, you go into the warehouse and you pop the bung out, and you draw your sample, yeah, and you look at it and you think, wow, you're beautiful. But you're not just ready yet. Tell you what, I'm going to come back and see you in 3 months, okay? And other times you find a cask which is so incredibly good, you can't not speak. You say, oh my God, you are the most beautiful thing I have ever tasted in my life. You know, and you think, oh jeez, I just want to share this with somebody. But there's nobody around, there's just me and the cask.
We'll stay.
On most days, McEwen devotes several hours to quality control, checking up on several hundred casks.
But it's a fantastic job, nosing and tasting whiskies.
And you can still walk out of here in the evening?
Occasionally I need some help, there's no doubt about that, yeah.
Dying devotion to one's whiskey is apparently not all that unusual. While we were on Islay, the camera crew ran into a party of Canadians, the friends and family of a deceased single malt lover named Bill, who wanted his ashes scattered in the waters opposite his favorite distillery. Funds for the pilgrimage were set aside in his will.
That's what I wanted. It's good, it's good. To Bill.
Bill, Angela.
Now he's happy. Now he's happy.
After that, the only thing left was for Bob to say goodbye to Jim McEwen, and it turned out to be last call for our old pal, Bob Simon.
Cheers, Bob. Hope you've enjoyed this little visit here.
You're speaking in the past, it's not over.
Yeah, I'm going to get you out of here, man. This is you're costing me a fortune.
You have heard of Pompeii, the ancient Roman city destroyed when Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 AD. Less well known is the neighboring city of Herculaneum, also buried by the volcano. When the city was rediscovered in the 1700s, excavators found what could be the richest repository of ancient Western wisdom, a library filled with papyrus scrolls. Scholars think there could be unknown Greek and Latin masterpieces, possibly early Christian writings, even the first references to Jesus. The problem is, the volcanic heat left the scrolls so charred and brittle, no one has been able to open them without breaking them into pieces. We heard 3 scholars might finally have found a way to unravel the mystery of the scrolls. So we traveled to Italy to see what we could uncover about the scrolls of Herculaneum. The Italian city of Herculano sits along the Bay of Naples on the western slope of Mount Vesuvius. The city bustles with the chaos of Italian traffic and the easy flow of Italian life. It's not a wealthy place, but beneath these narrow streets lies buried treasure, the ancient Roman seaside town of Herculaneum, entombed along with Pompeii in 79 AD. The modern city is built on top of the ancient city.
There's no archaeological site in the world that matches this.
We went to Herculaneum with Andrew Wallace Hadrill, founding director of the Herculaneum Conservation Project. He showed us around the excavation site in all its ghostly grandeur.
So what do you think is going on here? Were they trying to escape, or were they hiding?
In my view, They're not trying to get away by sea. They're simply trying to take shelter under these vaults.
Vesuvius blasted the town with successive massive surges of heat and ash for 24 hours.
Those surges, they kill all human life and all other forms of life. And then wave after wave, they begin to build up these layers of ash that compacts into rock.
Until we have this.
Yeah.
80 feet of...
80 foot of solid rock.
That ended up preserving this place so well.
Yeah. The paradox is that catastrophic destruction is also exceptionally good preservation.
Preserving Herculaneum like a fossil in amber. Everything frozen in time, forgotten for nearly 17 centuries, until, legend has it, a farmer digging a well struck the past.
They've built a really big public building here.
Hadrill told us Herculaneum was like the Malibu of the Roman Empire, oasis for the elite. Early excavators discovered this once opulent villa. Today, it looks like a cave. In 79 AD, it looked like this. The Getty Villa in Malibu, California, is a recreation of the summer retreat thought to belong to the family of Julius Caesar. Tunneling around in the ancient villa in Italy, early treasure hunters dug out statues and riches enough to fill a grand room in the Naples Museum. But the greatest treasures don't look valuable at all. These are the papyrus scrolls of Herculaneum, 1,800 ancient books written on sheets of plant fiber, flash-seared by the volcanic heat, found in the only remaining intact library from the ancient world.
So where was the library?
The library was there.
The precarious villa excavation site is off-limits to the public, but Massimo Ossana, former administrator of Herculaneum and Pompeii, took us deep inside.
The library itself has not been excavated like this.
No.
He said there could be hundreds more scrolls yet to be unearthed.
Back in here, in the library.
It's a possibility. Maybe Aristotle. Who knows?
Aristotle.
Yeah.
Euripides.
Yeah.
Virgil.
For example.
Scholars have been trying desperately to open the scrolls since they were discovered.
The history of the unwrapping of the Herculaneum scrolls is littered with failures. Everyone who had tried to open the scrolls had left behind a hideous trail of fragmentary result.
Brent Seals, a brash computer scientist from the New World, the University of Kentucky to be precise, had what he thought was a brilliant idea to solve the 2,000-year-old mystery. Use modern medical imaging technology.
People were going to the doctor every day and they were doing a CT scan or an MRI and they were seeing inside their body completely non-invasively. If you can do that to a human in the doctor's office, why couldn't we see inside a scroll? That was the thinking.
Didn't think it was that far-fetched.
No.
In the arcane world where academics spend their entire careers poring over fragments of ancient texts, Brent Seals is a superstar. He made his name digitally restoring damaged medieval manuscripts with software he had designed. A colleague told him about the scrolls of Herculaneum, most housed at the Library of Naples, a few others in France and England. He considered them the ultimate challenge.
The people are gone, the cultures are gone, the places are gone, and yet, like a time capsule, you have this item that tells a story.
All locked away in that thing that looks like a little lump of charcoal.
They're all locked away.
He knew imaging technology could only reveal a jumble of letters like this. To actually read the scrolls, he'd have to unroll them, much like this medieval French scroll at the Morgan Library in Manhattan. But he'd have to do this virtually. After years of trial and error, he and his students thought they'd crack the code with algorithms and software. He was cocky enough to announce at Oxford to an international conference of scholars who study ancient papyrus that he could do what no one else had done.
I swung for the fence. I gave him a talk where I said, I think we can read everything inside the Herculaneum scrolls without opening them.
Did you think the papyrologists would come running to you with their scrolls and say, here, take a look at these?
I smile now because that is exactly what I thought.
Didn't happen?
No.
So how hard is it to get your hands on these scrolls?
I would say somewhere in the vicinity of nigh near impossible.
That's because they're so rare and so fragile, curators are reluctant to let anyone handle them, including a superstar like Brent Seales. They wouldn't relent even after he published a paper theorizing a better way to peer inside the scrolls, with this, a synchrotron, a super powerful X-ray generated by electrons racing around this ring at almost the speed of light. There are only about 50 in the world. This one is in Britain. The X-ray is this green beam, 100 billion times stronger than any hospital X-ray. Maybe it's coincidence, but shortly after Seales published his pioneering paper,
just to give you an idea,
2 Italian scholars stepped forward and claimed they had had the same idea to use a synchrotron. Vito Micella, a physicist from Naples, says he first learned about the scrolls as a child.
I cannot remember exactly the age, but 9, 10.
And Graziano Ranocchia, a papyrologist. He studies ancient Roman papyrus. He pores over bits of Herculaneum scrolls at the Naples Library. Most are fragments of Greek philosophy.
I'm coming here and working on this papyri every day.
Call it academic competition, call it ego, but American Brent Seales, Ranocchia, the papyrologist, and Italian physicist Micella became fierce competitors, all fighting to make history as the first to reveal the contents of the scrolls. A gladiatorial wrestling match in the hallowed halls of the Ivory Tower. Ranocchia accuses Micella of sabotaging his research. Seales is convinced the Italians poached his idea to use the synchrotron. The mystery of the scrolls is playing out like some tragic Italian opera.
You know, they say, Bill, that the reason academics argue is because the stakes are so low, right? The stakes actually are really high. If you think about the possibility of revealing these manuscripts to the world from 2,000 years ago that no one's ever read. And okay, so now we're going to argue with each other? Really? I mean, maybe we could do that later, after we've read them.
But the 2 Italian rivals used their European connections and convinced curators to let each of them, and only them, have limited access to a few scrolls to scan with the synchrotron. They leapfrogged over American Brent Seales and raced to this one in Grenoble, France. Micella got there first. It was hard for us to make out, but he said his scan revealed letters. These are letters?
Sì. Queste sono lettere.
Yes, he said, these are letters. Micella won international praise and headlines as the first person to see inside one of the ancient scrolls of Herculaneum. When papyrologist Ranocchia scanned his scrolls, he said he did Micella one better. Has anyone else found anything as clear as this?
Nothing like this.
He said he saw phrases.
Pace theien, namely they would be persuaded. This is a...
Would be persuaded.
Yeah, right.
Brent Seales is not persuaded. You don't believe that?
Hey, I engage in wishful thinking all the time. But at the end of the day, I'm a scientist, and wishful thinking is not what science is based on. I was unable to replicate their results, and so far I've not heard from anyone who's been able to replicate them.
But with their findings published in scientific journals, the Italian scholars savored their achievements. Micella considers Brent Seales' criticism sour grapes. Brent Seales looked at your latest findings and he says he doesn't see any letters.
I know. I don't know why.
You don't know why?
I don't know why.
I guess my threshold is somewhat different. When I see writing, you know, it should line up. It should be more than a letter or two. You ought to be able to see text that looks like something you can actually read.
Since he couldn't get access to the Herculaneum scrolls, Seales looked elsewhere to prove his algorithms and software. That led him to Jerusalem and this charred fragment, a 1,700-year-old scroll from a burned synagogue near the Dead Sea.
Is there a line up here?
Israeli archaeologists didn't expect much, but what seal software revealed was like a miracle.
What was it?
Well, it was the Bible.
He resurrected all the surviving Hebrew script, the oldest text of the Bible as we know it today.
The first 2 chapters of Leviticus in a scroll that prior to that was assumed to be nothing or so badly damaged no one would ever know.
This is what you would hope to see in the Herculaneum scrolls?
Absolutely. I mean, this is actually an identifiable text.
Following his breakthrough in Jerusalem, even Graziano Ranocchia admits Brent Seal's software is brilliant. Now, the Naples Library, which wouldn't let Seals get his hands on the scrolls, is considering granting him access. He is convinced the secrets of Herculaneum, locked away in the scrolls for 2,000 years, are just within reach.
NATO, which just marked its 70th anniversary, is widely considered the gold standard of military alliances, binding countries on both sides of the Atlantic in common cause against Russian aggression. But President Trump complains that other members of the alliance don't pay their fair share of what it costs to defend Europe against the intimidation tactics of Vladimir Putin. The president has told aides he doesn't see the point of the alliance and has even mentioned withdrawing from NATO. Despite those misgivings, the U.S. and its NATO allies have been steadily increasing the frequency and size of their military exercises. Last fall, NATO held the largest one yet in Norway, one of the countries President Trump has singled out for failing to spend enough on defense. You might not think of Norway, which has a tiny military, as a vital NATO ally. But we found a country that is on the front lines with Russia and serves as NATO's eyes and ears in the high north. Norway's F-16s are on 15-minute alert 24/7. Every time Russian military aircraft are detected, these pilots scramble to intercept them. Videos they bring back show nuclear-capable Russian bombers as they fly up and down the Norwegian coast. Most of the encounters are routine. But sometimes, says Lieutenant General Rune Jakobsen, Norway's Joint Force commander, they're anything but.
What we have seen lately is aggressive flying and simulated attacks against Norwegian exercises.
Simulated attacks?
Yeah.
How do you know it's a simulated attack?
An airman knows what an attack looks like.
So they go to the point at which they would release their weapons?
Exactly.
Jakobsen tracked those simulated attacks from his command center buried deep inside a mountain. After the Cold War ended, a nuclear-proof bunker seemed positively old-fashioned, until lately when Russia became more threatening.
This is an illustration of a Russian attack formation, simulated attack, that was flown in May 2017, not far north of this position.
And the red dot is the target?
The red dot is the target.
That doesn't look like the act of a friendly country.
No, that's not something you should do to your neighbor.
Norway shares a 120-mile border with its neighbor Russia. It is some of the most remote, rugged, and beautiful landscape in all of Europe. Captain Karina Winterdal guards the northern sector with 120 soldiers.
They are along the border all the time, 24/7. I have people along the border. Mm-hmm. So I have 4 observation posts that are manned at all time throughout the whole year.
Are your soldiers armed?
Yeah.
Do they ever have to use their weapons?
No, but we have to be prepared.
We went to the most remote of those outposts in the high north of the Norwegian mainland. One unit was just finishing its 3 weeks on watch and a new one coming in. To get there, you have to lug your gear up a long, steep staircase, part of which is covered over to defend against the Arctic winter.
The observation post is manned year-round, and once you get to the top, you can see why it's worth the trouble. These Norwegian soldiers are able to look deep into Russia and far out to sea, making this a key piece of terrain for the NATO alliance. That's Russia over there, and this is where the border with Norway ends. It's NATO's northernmost flank, and you don't need to be a military expert to know you can never leave your flank exposed. That includes the Barents Sea out there. Those are the home operating waters of Russia's northern fleet and are kept under constant surveillance by the US and Norway. This map shows what lies just over the horizon on that thumb of land called the Kola Peninsula. It is the home of Russia's northern fleet, naval bases, airfields, and nuclear weapons storage sites, which represent that country's single greatest concentration of military power, especially submarines.
They have a very capable submarine force, and we've seen an increase in submarine activity over the last few years that causes me pause.
Admiral James Fogo, the commander of U.S. naval forces in Europe, is particularly concerned about this submarine, the Severodvinsk, nuclear-powered and armed with land attack cruise missiles with a range greater than 1,000 miles.
The Severodvinsk is a brand new class of submarine, and it's very capable, it's very quiet. So that's the most important thing, I think, in submarine warfare.
When you say quiet, you're saying harder to detect, harder to track.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Does that sub come down into the Atlantic?
Suffice it to say that the Russians have increased their presence in all bodies of water around Europe and in the Atlantic.
Have you ever lost the Severodvinsk?
I'd rather not comment on submarine operations to that specific level of detail.
Fogo won't comment, but Pentagon officials told 60 Minutes that last summer the Severodvinsk slipped into the Atlantic Ocean and for weeks evaded all attempts to find it. In peacetime, losing a Russian sub in the Atlantic is embarrassing. In a crisis, it could be a disaster.
Think about the global infrastructure that rests on the bottom of the ocean.
You're talking about the undersea cables.
That's correct.
Those fiber optic cables carry 99.4% of the data exchanged over the internet by the U.S. and its allies and trading partners. Depending on your point of view, they are either the backbone or the Achilles heel of the world economy. Have Russian submarines gotten close to those undersea cables?
I'm not at liberty to talk about any of that.
That's because tracking Russian submarines is a top-secret, day-in, day-out game of hide and seek. But the Norwegian military allowed 60 Minutes aboard one of its maritime patrol planes to see what sub-hunting looks like. The pilot, co-pilot, and engineer are up front, while the crew in the back scans the Norwegian Sea with radar and high-powered cameras. Flying at less than 300 feet, they can clearly make out anything on the surface, including passing cargo ships. For what's under the water, they drop patterns of sonobuoys which send out sound waves that will bounce off a submerged submarine. Major Leif Otterholm, the plane's tactical coordinator, has been flying these missions since the 1980s.
And it is very important to collect on remote locations.
How big an area is it that you have to cover?
The area operation for this kind of aircraft is 6 times larger than the area of land in Norway, so it's quite big.
So how frequently do you encounter the Russians out here?
We encounter them regularly when we go further east.
Further east lies the headquarters of the Northern Fleet, and Norwegian patrol planes frequently spot Russian submarines while they're still on the surface. But the most valuable intelligence is collected by a ship, one you've never heard of. There it is, down there in the harbor, the crown jewel of Norway's fleet. That's Norway's newest spy ship, the Marjata. It's at sea nearly 300 days a year monitoring the Northern Fleet, but just happened to be in port the day we arrived here in Kirkenes, the town closest to the Russian border. The Marjata flies the Norwegian flag, but much of its eavesdropping equipment comes from the U.S. Its mission is to collect intelligence on the operations of Russia's Northern Fleet. which Lieutenant General Jakobsen says is arming itself with a new generation of precision-guided weapons and testing them in the waters off Norway.
Are you able to monitor those?
Yeah, because most of the testing of new equipment is done up north of the Kola Peninsula, and we are present there every day with our maritime patrol aircrafts and our vessels at sea.
That daily haul of intelligence, all of which is directly relayed to the U.S. and NATO, didn't stop President Trump from sending this letter of complaint. Norway, he wrote, is the only NATO ally sharing a border with Russia that lacks a credible plan to spend 2% of its gross domestic product on defense.
Well, I think that he has a fair point in pointing out that we need to step up.
Ine Eriksen Søreide is Norway's foreign minister, the first woman to hold the job.
So these are all your predecessors?
They are. And they're all men.
And they're all men. You're the first woman.
Yeah.
Before that, she was defense minister. In 2014, when all the members of NATO pledged to increase their military spending to 2% of their GDP.
So have you met that pledge?
No, we haven't met it yet, but we are moving in the right direction, and we are doing a lot of big investments.
The biggest of those investments is the American-made F-35, a stealth fighter designed to evade state-of-the-art air defenses.
It will dramatically increase operational capabilities, both in the high north and beyond.
Norway is buying 52 of them at a cost of $89 million each.
It's a very expensive airplane.
Well, and it also functions well, and it has capabilities that we need. Our F-16 has served us well, but they are starting to get old.
Those F-16s are going on 40 years old and were never designed to be stealthy. Until they are replaced by the F-35, Lieutenant General Jakobsen told us, Norway's Air Force will be no match for Russia's modern air defenses.
Meaning, today, if we had a conflict, we would not be able to fly in the northernmost part of Norway.
So your Air Force today couldn't operate in the very high north?
No, not in a serious crisis.
Last fall, NATO practiced what it would do in a serious crisis, bringing in 50,000 troops, 250 aircraft, and 65 ships, all under the command of Admiral Foggo.
This is one of the largest NATO exercises since the Cold War.
Called Trident Juncture, it was a war game designed to repulse an invasion of Norway by an unnamed country, whose identity was a mystery to no one.
And the message to Russia is?
The message to Russia or anybody else that may want to challenge the alliance is think twice. You don't want to mess with us.
It was the first time in nearly 30 years the U.S. had sent a carrier strike group, the USS Harry S. Truman and its escorts, above the Arctic Circle, a long way from the Persian Gulf and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Did you feel that NATO just wasn't paying attention to Norway?
What we saw was that NATO over many years had been engaged heavily, for instance, in Afghanistan, and that's a very important mission. But we also saw that some of the, I would say, core areas of NATO, the territorial defense, maybe had not had the same attention over years.
Well, now you have an American aircraft carrier operating off your coast.
I think it is a very good way of showing that we have to practice in peacetime to be able to operate if the crisis occurs.
Norway will never have a military that can take on its much larger and more powerful neighbor. But the pilots who fly these F-16s call themselves the Guardians of the North. They can't stop the Russians, but they are the first to spot them.
We're about to visit a place few people have seen firsthand, the Vatican Library, a vast collection of historic treasures beyond compare, founded over 5 centuries ago when Europe was coming out of the Dark Ages, a period of so-called humanism, when the Catholic Church was open to new ideas in philosophy, science, and the human spirit. It's the Pope's library, but it contains much more than just church documents. There are manuscripts going back nearly 2,000 years on music and math, warfare and exploration, even cookbooks and love letters. The library is closed to the public, a place for scholars only. But the Vatican agreed to let us in to see some of the priceless artifacts of our collective past. Welcome to the 15th century. In Rome, turn a corner and you bump into antiquity, a delicious mixed salad of present and past. We arrived at the Vatican to find a medieval costume parade in progress. What better way to begin a trek through history?
There's about 2 million printed books.
2 million printed books. And inside the library, the past surrounded us again, as we were shown the magnificent building and its riches.
This is the Urbino Bible.
For instance, this spectacular Bible commissioned in 1476 by the Duke of Urbino.
Who wanted to have a very fancy Bible.
Well, here you go.
And this is what he got.
Library curator Timothy Jans tells us the Bible took years to make by hand, letter by letter, picture by picture.
Decorated with real gold.
It's just one of the library's 80,000 handwritten manuscripts from the ages before the printing press. Add to that those 2 million or so printed books, Christian and pagan, sacred and profane, in virtually every language known to man. There are thousands of prints and drawings, windows on the past,
Questa è una moneta papale.
and a huge collection of ancient coins. This was the money of Palestine 2,000 years ago, including the kind of silver coins Judas was said to have been paid to betray Christ. Here is a map of the world drawn 50 years before Columbus. At its edge, the Towers of Paradise. And an immediate bestseller, Columbus's description of his voyage to the New World, published in 1493. In a certain way, the library is kind of the attic of Western civilization.
It's so true, and it's like many attics. You know, you put things up all the time, you keep on pushing over boxes to make space for more things.
Father Michael Collins is an Irish priest who's written extensively about the Vatican, where the library's shelves, if you put them end to end, would stretch for 31 miles. Is there any single person who really knows what the library holds?
Nobody knows exactly what's there, because it would be impossible for the human brain to understand, to remember the titles, who wrote it, when they were written.
It is quite a treasure of the humanity that you have here.
Monsignor Cesare Passini presides over the library. Its great hall, essentially unchanged over the centuries, is a picture gallery of antiquity. Saints, philosophers, and depictions of the great libraries of the pre-Christian world. Babylon, Athens, Alexandria, a shrine to learning and to books. There's one person who can actually take a book out of the library, correct?
Yes, the Pope can have every book in the library.
If St. Peter's Basilica represents the splendor of the church writ large, the library nearby is a testament to the monks and scribes who made magnificent miniatures in times past. Here, some devotional music commissioned by Pope Leo X, and the text of the Christmas Mass used at the altar by Alexander VI, both manuscripts 5 centuries old, written on parchment, treated animal skin.
You will often see the skin of sheep being used, sometimes goats.
Christopher Celenza, director of the American Academy in Rome, is a scholar who's often used the library. He says that writing on parchment was not only tedious, but expensive.
If a monastery wanted to produce a Bible that perhaps had 400 pages, it might cost you 400 sheep. It's an investment.
Beyond the academic work, did you ever just come here to hang out and flip through stuff and see what you might discover?
I think all of us have come here at one time or another with the hope of discovering something, having a general direction in which we're going, but not quite knowing where it will wind up.
You might find, as curator Adalbert Roth showed us, drawings of a German jousting tournament in 1481, or an old cookbook telling us that Roman foodies in the 4th century dined on chicken, veal, seafood, pancakes in milk, and whipped pear cake.
How to hack away at your enemy's wall.
Or from an 11th century treatise on the art of war, a Byzantine soldier brandishing a flamethrower, something the Greeks invented 1,500 years earlier. Or Henry VIII's love letters to Anne Boleyn.
The letters are certainly among the most bizarre and unusual letters you'd expect to find in the Pope's archives.
There are 17 of them, handwritten by the King of England to the woman he would make the second of his 6 wives, and later have beheaded.
There's the little heart.
Henry signs his name with a heart, like a smitten schoolboy. He tells of his fervence of love, his great loneliness without her, wishing myself, he says, in my sweetheart's arms, whose pretty duckies I trust shortly to kiss. Duckies being a term in Henry's day for, well, use your imagination. What is that doing in the Vatican Library?
We don't know how they ended up here in the Vatican. It may be that some spy, maybe one of my priestly predecessors, may have stolen these letters and brought them to Rome to present in the case if a trial was made for Henry's request for divorce.
But the Church refused to let Henry divorce Catherine of Aragon so he could marry Anne. He married her anyway, broke with Rome, and took control of the Church of England. The country was largely converted to the Protestant faith.
This is one of the moments in the 16th century that leads to the fracturing of Christianity and to much of the bloodshed and the wars that especially the later 16th century was known for.
As man explored the planet, a scientific revolution was also underway. By the mid-17th century, navigators had mapped much of the world in remarkable detail.
Rio de Janeiro, Cusco, Mexico City.
Galileo turned his eyes and his telescope on the heavens. Here, from 1612, are his drawings of sunspots. For his insistence that the sun is the center of the universe and the earth moves round it, the Church branded him a heretic.
The Pope at the time, Pope Urban VIII, who was a very good friend of Galileo, said to him, look, I agree with you, you're right, but I can't approve of this because I'm the Pope, and if I go against this, it looks as if I'm going against the Bible, and I'm going to shake to the foundation the belief of the world, and the world's Christians, not just Catholics.
Just 380 years later, in 1992, Pope John Paul II apologized for the Galileo affair. His successor, Benedict XVI, has sought middle ground in the centuries-old skirmishes between the Church and science. In a recent sermon, he said, even the Big Bang theory of the creation of the universe is not in conflict with faith because God's mind was behind it.
This is the tricky part.
And backstage at the Pope's library, science is brought to bear on crumbling books as restoration workers deal with water damage, mold, and the ravages of time. It seems endless, this work.
Yes, obviously.
Angela Gaitan and the others go inch by inch, patching and strengthening ancient pages, scratching off paste put on by well-meaning restorers centuries ago, paste that's turning acid, eating away at the page. Mario Tiburzi seldom reads what he's repairing. It's too distracting, especially if the writer happens to be Michelangelo.
When I work on the Michelangelo papers, it was the same that work on Mickey Mouse paper.
Mickey Mouse, huh? A difficult job may take months or even years, but consider the result.
1,000 years after us, I hope that they can read the same thing that we are reading now.
The library's most valued documents go back almost 2,000 years, nearly to the time of St. Peter, the first pope whose tomb lies beneath the basilica that bears his name.
Petru Episcopu.
His letters to the faithful make up 2 books of the New Testament, and here is a copy written in Greek on papyrus by one of Peter's disciples around the year 200, a mere century or so after his death.
In the beginning, it was the Word, and the Word was God.
And from the same period, the Gospel of Luke and part of the Gospel of John, also written on papyrus, venerated by early Christians in Egypt, preserved for centuries in a desert monastery.
The bread for today give us.
They contain the oldest known copy of the Lord's Prayer, so fragile we were only allowed to see replicas.
That great treasure of papyrus, I think, is the most important treasure of Christianity.
With our tour nearly over, it seemed as if the library's collection had come to life in the streets of the Eternal City. The centurions and crusaders, the centuries of faith and folly, time present and time past. Leaving the library, we thought, there's something almost magical to be immersed in this place, to breathe the air and touch the hand of history.
With a grueling pandemic and gruesome political season, you'd be forgiven for giving up on the idea of miracles. But tonight, we will take you to a place that's known for them. The sanctuary of Our Lady of Lourdes in southern France is the site of 70 medical miracles recognized by the Catholic Church. The Marian Shrine is famous to the faithful, but less well known is the Lourdes Office of Medical Observations. That's where world-renowned doctors and researchers conduct decade-long investigations into the countless claims of cures reported over the years. They determine which cases can be medically explained and which cannot. It's those church officials might call a miracle. For the doctors, it's a lesson in the limits of medicine. For the devout, it's divine intervention. The small French town of Lourdes, tucked in the foothills of the Pyrenees Mountains, draws more than 3 million pilgrims every year, more than travel to Mecca or Jerusalem. And almost everyone you meet will tell you they've heard stories of miracles here. But we heard none more inspiring than that of Sister Bernadette Mouriot.
I really tried everything I could, but this is something that cannot be healed.
What was your prognosis?
Full, total paralysis. The prognosis was really dark.
Strolling with 83-year-old Sister Mouriot through the chapel grounds in Brel, France, we found it hard to believe that for half her life she suffered from cauda equina, a disorder of the nerves and lower spine.
You wore this all the time?
Her left foot, she said, was twisted and limp. To walk at all, she needed this back and leg brace, an implant to dull nerve pain, and massive doses of morphine. She told us she had exhausted all treatment options, so in 2008, her doctor convinced her to make a pilgrimage to Lourdes.
Did you believe in miracles at the time?
I always believed in miracles, but not for me.
So why did you decide to go?
Well, I didn't go there for a miracle, I just went there to pray with others. Lourdes is a place where the smallest people, or the sickest, or the poorest, they come first.
The sickest, the poorest, the diseased and debilitated, bearing wounds visible and hidden, come from all over the world, seeking to be healed by the shrine's natural spring waters and the power of prayer.
And so I've asked for complete healing or a super long remission.
This was Kim Halpin's first pilgrimage. She found out last year she has incurable blood cancer and came all the way from Kansas to cleanse herself in the waters of Lourdes.
Are you expecting to be healed?
Not necessarily. Ask for as much as I want, and maybe I will be blessed with part of it, which will be okay.
Halpin was aided by her son Sean. We couldn't help but notice there are as many volunteers as sick here. The Our Lady of Lourdes Hospitality North American volunteers helped Jamie Jensen travel from Minnesota for his 18th visit.
Even though the camera sees that I have a condition in a chair, when I'm here, I don't have a condition.
Jensen's condition is cerebral palsy. All those trips to Lourdes haven't given him the physical miracle he wanted, but maybe, he says, he got the miracle he needed.
I was very bitter, very angry with myself.
Did coming to Lourdes change your heart?
Very much.
Do you consider that a miracle?
I do, because there's a peace within myself.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray.
Stories of inner peace and acceptance don't meet the bar for the Office of Medical Observations, and with just 70 medical miracles recognized in 160 years, you'd have better odds playing the lotto. Yet thousands of faithful line up at the baths and at this grotto where the first miracle is said to have occurred. The sanctuary, with its 3 basilicas and 25 chapels, is laid out like a grand theater complex, its many stages offering dozens of pious performances throughout the day. The finale, a candle-lit procession every night. There would be none of this were it not for Saint Bernadette. According to Catholic lore, in 1858, a mysterious woman appeared in this grotto to Bernadette Soubirous, a 14-year-old peasant girl. Jean-Marc Mica, the Bishop of Lourdes, says the woman spoke with Soubirous several times over 5 months.
And once, the 25th of March, day of the Annunciation, she said, "I am the Immaculate Conception."
When word got out the Immaculate Conception, the Virgin Mary, had appeared in Lourdes, people flocked to this grotto and within days started making claims of miracle cures, the ability to walk, restored sight. Worried about fueling mass hysteria, the Church set up the Office of Medical Observations in 1883 to investigate the claims. Which brings us back to the other Bernadette in our story. 14 years ago, Sister Morio found herself in a wheelchair in a procession at Lourdes seeking the intervention of Saint Bernadette.
And I really had that feeling that the Lord was walking with us. And I heard him giving me these words, "I see your suffering and that of your sick brothers and sisters. Just give me everything."
You heard the voice of Jesus.
Yes, I heard this in a voice. I can't really tell you whose voice it was. It was like a spiritual experience.
She said she returned home rejuvenated spiritually, but physically she felt worse. After 3 days in excruciating pain, she told us she suddenly found the strength to walk to the chapel and pray.
Then I felt some kind of heat coming into my body. I felt relaxed, but I didn't really know what that was meaning. And in my room, I heard this inner voice again telling me, "Take all your braces off." I didn't think twice, and I started taking my foot brace off. And my foot, that used to be crooked, was straight, and I could actually put it on the ground without feeling any pain.
All of a sudden, your foot was straight.
Yes, like that, like the way it is just now. And so I kept going.
She says she took off the braces and stopped the morphine all at once.
Did this make sense to you?
No, I knew it was impossible.
She came to my door with her doctor, and she said, "Last year I came to Lourdes on pilgrimage, and 3 days after I got back home, I was cured."
Dr. Alessandro De Franchicis hears stories like that all the time. As the president and residing physician at the Lourdes Office of Medical Observations, the former pediatrician's job is to determine whether there is more to those stories by applying 7 strict criteria established by the Church.
And we're looking for a diagnosis. And if that diagnosis is a diagnosis of a severe disease with a severe prognosis, and then we want to make sure that that person is a person that was cured in a way that one would say suddenly, in an instantaneous way, in a complete way, and in a way lasting in time. And my 7th criteria that has to match is there must be no possible explanation to that cure. Sister Bernadette Morio.
Here on the end.
He showed us the archives, which hold thousands of recorded claims of cures.
This feels like it's almost 10 pounds.
10 pounds, I think.
Dr. De Franchicis, a practicing Catholic, told us what separates the more than 7,000 claims of cures from the 70 the Church calls miracles is an ungodly amount of medical documentation and patients like Sister Morio willing to put their lives under a microscope.
We sent her to 2 different neurologists. We sent her to different rheumatologists because of the different specific case of her disease. We asked to repeat twice all sorts of imagery, electrophysiology. We did all that we would do in medicine to be absolutely sure of her diagnosis, and it was.
But he wanted to confirm something else.
I was asked to meet with 2 psychiatrists in Paris. They wanted to know if I was lying, if I had already had any hallucinations, if I had levitated. I remember answering, "No, doctor, I never left the ground floor."
Satisfied, Dr. De Franchicis sent Sister Morio's case to a group of 33 doctors and professors called the International Medical Committee of Lourdes. Its job is to determine whether a cure is what they consider medically unexplained.
We're not trying to rule something in or rule something out, we're just trying to be objective.
You could call them the devil's advocates. Dr. Michael Moran, a surgical oncologist, Dr. Jacek Mostwin, a professor of urology at Johns Hopkins, and Dr. Kieran Moriarty, a renowned addiction specialist, scrutinized Sister Morio's case.
Is there anything that could have caused her response?
No treatment would be that effective that quickly.
Does religion enter into your medical conversation?
We cannot separate ourselves as people who have been deeply immersed in the culture and the traditions of Lourdes and the Church. But make no mistake, we're just as technical as a forensic pathologist when it comes to looking at the technical details of the case.
After 8 years of investigation, the committee determined that Sister Morio's case was medically unexplained.
So when you do a survey, the investigation of Sister Bernadette's or any of the other cures, this is done on a purely medical basis, something that could be peer-reviewed by other physicians outside.
Not could, that is.
They are peer-reviewed.
I have estimated, I can affirm with absolute certainty that the case of Sister Bernadette had been reviewed, read, expertised by at least 300 physicians. 300 physicians. And if tomorrow morning any of our viewers is a doctor, and one day he stops in southern France and comes to see me and wants to look into the file of Sister Bernadette, I'll be delighted to show him, because we have, everything is open and collegial and no secrets.
The secret is the mystery of it all, and on that, the Church gets the last word.
Amen.
In 2018, a decade after her cure, Sister Morio's case was declared the 70th miracle of Lourdes.
Declaring a miracle is saying God did something. This is the miracle. And the doctors cannot go on that land, on that field.
When I told people I was coming here, I got a lot of people who told me, oh, come on, there's got to be some explanation that we just don't know. What do you say to the skeptics?
Come and see. Be open. Don't be narrow-minded. Be open to believe that the real world is wider than the visible one.
It's been said about Lourdes, for those who believe no explanation is necessary. For those who do not, no explanation is possible. Almost exactly 4 years ago, the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris caught fire. It was one of those 21st century moments that people around the world experience together, staring in horror at live video on their smartphones and televisions. For the people of France, it was especially traumatic, because Notre Dame has been a powerful symbol, both sacred and secular, since medieval times. French President Emmanuel Macron pledged that Notre Dame would be reopened by the end of 2024. He couldn't have known then how hard it would be to keep that promise. But on this Easter Sunday, 4 years later, the resurrection of the great cathedral seems within reach. Flames tore through the roof of Notre Dame on the evening of April 15, 2019. And spread with incredible speed and ferocity, engulfing her 200-foot spire.
Everybody stops.
Jean-Louis Georgelin is the man now in charge of restoring Notre Dame.
And a lot of people in France cry because they feel that something very deep in the soul of France, in the spirit of France, was about to collapse.
Only a heroic effort by the Paris Fire Brigade saved Notre Dame from collapse, as a few staffers raced through falling embers to rescue precious relics. Philippe Villeneuve, the cathedral's chief architect, was out of town that night and raced back to Paris. He was devastated by what he saw. I've said that the little boy who was in love with the cathedral and the architect who was in charge of it died that day, and another man took over and said, "I have to save the cathedral. It's my mission. It's my duty." Villeneuve now shares that duty. If he's the artist who knows every inch of stone in Notre Dame, retired Army General Georgelin is the commander, called back to meet that 5-year deadline.
I will relax only when this will be done.
What does this cathedral mean to the people of France?
The Cathedral Notre Dame de Paris is in some way the heart of France. For the Catholic, of course, for the Christian, but for everybody. All the great events of France in some way or another took place here in the cathedral.
Napoleon crowned himself emperor in Notre Dame in 1804. In 1944, as Paris was liberated from Nazi occupation, General Charles de Gaulle braved sniper fire to enter the cathedral.
In many ways, you could say that she's the People's Palace.
Agnès Poirier is a journalist and author who lives and works just across the River Seine from Notre Dame. She and her neighbors watched the most horrifying moment the night of the fire, the collapse of that imposing spire.
I remember the scream of the crowd saying no, as if they couldn't conceive such a thing.
That spire meant so much to Philippe Villeneuve that he had it tattooed on his arm.
On dit que j'ai Notre Dame dans la peau.
They say that I have Notre Dame in my skin, he told us. It's very practical because when I have to explain how the spire fell, it's always better to show that from here to there it tipped over. The huge spire, made of oak and covered in lead tiles, crashed through 2 of the stone vaults which form the ceiling of Notre Dame, leaving gaping holes at the top and heaps of broken stone and charred wood on the floor below.
Deuxième élément, c'est l'espèce de tabouret.
The top priority was to shore up the grand cathedral's weakened structure. Huge temporary wooden supports were placed under the surviving stone vaults of her ceiling and under the flying buttresses to save this prime example of medieval engineering.
We have to check every stone in the cathedral, every pillar.
At the same time, a huge decontamination project was mounted to remove lead tiles that had melted from the burning roof and spire and all the toxic lead dust spread by the fire. 4 years on, workers still take extraordinary precautions against lead poisoning. We had to wear disposable hazmat suits to enter the cathedral. Tons of rubble had to be removed. Paintings and stained glass windows were taken away for restoration, and twisted steel scaffolding erected for ongoing restoration work had to be dismantled.
So you were in the process of restoring the spire when the fire broke out in 2019. Did your restoration project have anything to do with the fire breaking out?
Une enquête a toujours lieu.
An investigation is still underway, Philippe Villeneuve told us, and no cause of the fire has been identified. But personally, it's unbearable. This fire never should have happened, and it did. Inevitably, I feel responsible.
So, you know...
At that point in our interview, Villeneuve switched to English with a rueful smile.
In reality, I'm totally destroyed.
Really?
Yes. I so want to rebuild Notre Dame is because I want to rebuild myself.
The fire's deeply emotional impact on Philippe Villeneuve was mirrored around the world. Nearly $1 billion in private donations have been pledged to rebuild Notre Dame, most of it from France, $50 million from Americans.
I know many people in the United States contributed.
They can contribute again.
They can continue to contribute, huh?
The cash is always running. If I want, give me money, I need.
In the weeks immediately following the fire, all sorts of ideas were floated for how centuries-old Notre Dame might be given a touch of avant-garde.
And all those architects throughout the world said, yes, let's have a roof garden, let's have a golden torch, let's have a titanium spire. You know, even I, for 20 seconds, I thought, to add some 21st century genius to Notre Dame, why not?
Chief architect Philippe Villeneuve had a very simple answer, why not?
Un monument historique, une cathédrale.
An historic monument, a cathedral, is not something to be played with, he told us. Notre Dame had been standing for 850 years with a wooden frame and a lead roof. So wood is the way to go. In the end, President Macron and a special committee agreed to rebuild Notre Dame exactly as she had been, and with the same materials: stone, wood, and lead.
How is it that the traditionalists won out?
Well, I think wisdom won.
Notre Dame's signature spire was a fairly recent addition. Images of the cathedral from the mid-1800s show her without a spire and in an advanced state of decay.
The cathedral was in great disrepair, was it not?
It was about to collapse, but of neglect, not of fire.
There were even proposals to demolish Notre Dame before the cathedral crumbled on its own. Instead, the French government hired a young architect named Viollet-le-Duc. He created that famous spire.
So you are rebuilding the spire exactly as Viollet-le-Duc?
Yes.
Are you using his original drawings?
On a eu la chance.
We were lucky, he said, because it was extremely well documented. We have the drawings of Viollet-le-Duc, the sketches, the surveys. We have everything needed to be able to remake it. 1,000 French oak trees were felled for the new spire, then fine cut by carpenters in eastern France. In other workshops around the country, the cathedral's organ, the largest in France, and many of its stained glass windows were restored.
How many workers and craftsmen do you have on this project?
If we take into account all the people in France, it's about 1,000 people.
Allons-y. On the plaza in front of Notre Dame, a huge tent has been erected where stonecutters and sculptors are recreating Gothic gargoyles and adornments damaged in the fire. Philippe Villeneuve supervises every detail.
Et je leur fais mettre les doigts sur des feuilles.
I'll make them put their fingers on the layers of the original sculpture, he said, and then on the layer they're sculpting.
So he wants you to feel it, not just look at it.
Yeah.
And that works?
Yeah, I think too.
Danae Leblanc is just 23 years old, sculpting and chiseling to recreate a floral detail carved hundreds of years ago. We try to remake things identically, she said, but we are also trying to understand the intention of the original sculptors. So we look at the traces left by their tools. We were given rare access to the painstaking restoration of Notre Dame as workers and artisans revived the cathedral's exterior,
The towers of the cathedral.
and her interior.
Oh my God.
The cathedral's great rose windows have been meticulously cleaned.
Look at this.
And every inch of stone coated with latex, which, when peeled away, leaves the surface gleaming. We found restorers, Mathilde Maire and Aude Massimi, working on painted stone sculptures depicting scenes from the life of Christ.
How old is this?
This part of the cathedral, she said, was built at the beginning of the 14th century. These sculptures are medieval. The restorers are carefully wiping every surface with small cotton swabs dipped in a water-based cleaning solution.
So I think you have to have a lot of patience.
Yes.
Yes, she says, you have to be calm and know that it will take time, but it's a pleasure.
You can see she's wiping away the centuries.
Yeah.
A 600-ton maze of scaffolding has been built inside Notre Dame to support all the work, especially the rebuilding of the spire. General Georges Land took us up through it, 2/3 of the way on a construction elevator. We reached the top, climbing steps and ladders.
This is incredible.
We were standing 100 feet above the cathedral floor, in exactly the spot where the flaming spire collapsed. 4 years ago, there was nothing here but a vast hole.
The drama took place here, and we have to rebuild the vault of the transept. The spire will be there, 66 meters high.
At the top of the old 200-foot spire sat a copper sculpture of a rooster, the symbol of the French people. The day after the fire, Philippe Villeneuve found it on a lower roof, a bit mangled but miraculously untouched by the flames. It has been left as it was found and will be put on display in the restored cathedral. Can I tell you, Villeneuve says, that I plan to put a new rooster on top of a new spire 1 year to the day before the reopening of the cathedral. There will still be scaffolding, but the frame of the spire will again be in the sky of Paris.
And the spire will rest on these 4 pillars you see here. You see?
Be magnificent.
Magnificent, yes, for the glory of God and France.
Three weeks ago today, the first worship service in more than 5 years was held in the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. Thousands of people crowded into the Catholic cathedral to attend Mass, receive communion, and celebrate the rebirth of this centuries-old Gothic masterpiece. When a devastating fire tore through Notre Dame in 2019, people around the world feared that the cathedral might collapse. Only a heroic effort by firefighters prevented that. And as we saw just a few weeks before the reopening, a monumental effort to repair and restore Notre Dame has now produced something of a modern miracle. Many people deserve credit for the resurrection of Notre Dame, but none more than French President Emmanuel Macron. You made a promise the day after Notre Dame burned in 2019, and you said, quote, "We will rebuild Notre Dame more beautiful than before, and I want it done in the next 5 years." Did you have any doubts when you said that might be possible?
If you have a doubt, it's already over.
Well, someone we spoke to called it a moonshot moment.
This 5 years was a sort of new frontier.
Yeah.
This is perfectly true. When I announced the 5 years, all the experts, a lot of people just made comments to say he's crazy.
So what gave you the confidence while Notre Dame was still smoking it?
I saw these guys, these firemen. I mean, just going beyond their own capacities with such energy and commitment. And I think this is a sort of the metaphor of what our societies, and especially our democracies, need. Make possible the unthinkable.
We are all very proud of what we have done together.
Last year, President Macron appointed Philippe Jost to lead the team restoring Notre Dame. We met him just inside what was still an active construction zone. What words come to mind when you first walk in?
The light is very breathtaking, and the space. In this monument, there is a soul.
A soul?
A soul. And we feel that when we enter now, we feel that.
To walk into Notre Dame today is to see no sign of 2019. Then, the cathedral's nave was littered with burnt wood and stone rubble, a gaping hole in the ceiling where the flaming spire crashed through. Even when we visited in 2023, a dense forest of scaffolding remained. Now, it is open and airy. Every stone shines, every stained glass window is polished, every masterpiece glows, all topped by a new spire and a new roof, replacing the utter destruction of 5 years ago.
We had the big vault there to rebuild.
So there was a gaping hole?
A big hole there. When President Macron said 5 years, we knew that this point here was the most challenging space of the restoration.
If Philippe Jost is now commander-in-chief of the restoration, Philippe Villeneuve remains its artistic director. Chief architect of the cathedral since well before the fire, we saw him in 2023 supervising every detail and every artisan. You also told us that rebuilding Notre Dame was, in a way, rebuilding yourself after the fire. Do you feel rebuilt now?
Oui.
Yes, Villeneuve told us. Today, I can watch images of the fire, see the spire falling into the flames. That's something I couldn't watch before. Last year, Villeneuve supervised the construction of a new wooden spire and its lead covering, and designed a new rooster, a symbol of the French people, for its very peak. It was put in place last December.
Et lorsque j'ai vu surgir la flèche et la couverture en plomb.
When I saw the spire and the lead roof appear, Villeneuve said, when we put the rooster and the cross in place, I felt that a wound had been closed.
Since more than 8 centuries, this cathedral was here. It resisted to 2 world wars, so many battles and campaigns. The decision to rebuild Notre Dame, it was about our capacity to save, restore, sometimes reinvent what we are by preserving where we come from. This is a message of achievement.
Many of the achievements, like the new spire and roof, are massive. Notre Dame's huge bells were removed after the fire for cleaning and repair, then returned and tested a few weeks ago. Its organ, with 8,000 pipes, the largest in France, was also removed, repaired, and reinstalled. The day we were there, an organist filled the cathedral with thunderous, soaring sound. Somehow, small achievements feel just as noteworthy.
Outside, workmen dangling on ropes to hammer wood into place and carefully cementing paving stones. Inside, delicately applying wax to ancient wood, ensuring that every light bulb is lit and every floor polished.
Our job is mostly to bring back all the value of mural painting.
Painting restorer Diana Castillo has been working in the many small chapels of Notre Dame, where centuries ago murals were painted onto stone walls and ceilings.
We had a lot of work to clean them.
Diana shared photos and video of what the chapels and paintings looked like when she and other restorers began their work after the fire, cloudy and dim, and their appearance now, after cleaning.
So we did one chapel after another, and after we finished the cleaning process, it was really almost 1 year. We were like, okay, now we can see the paint, now we can appreciate it and start the restoration.
So you were not just removing the soot from the fire, but you were removing the grime from centuries.
Exactly. From 1850, actually. Many of them had never been touched since 1850, so you imagine, 170 years.
Today, the murals are gleaming. Ceilings show starry nights of deep blue and gold, and stone columns that had been gray are now kaleidoscopes of color. And you have brought those colors back to life.
Absolutely, yes. And I'm sure many people will be shocked. And the results like this are very satisfying for us, of course.
Similar transformations are everywhere in the new Notre Dame. Stone walls and ceilings that had been dark and gloomy seem to shine. And so do the many marble statues and decorative metalworks. The workers and craftspeople who have pulled all this off are known as companions, and their work is celebrated on huge banners overlooking the River Seine. We've heard of something called the Notre Dame effect, which is young people being drawn to traditional crafts and trades because of the work they're doing and seeing being done here at the cathedral. Have you witnessed that?
Évidemment, Notre Dame a été une formidable école pour tous les...
It's true, Philippe Villeneuve told us, that Notre Dame was a formidable school for all the different crafts: carpenters, metalworkers, stone carvers, painters. All these kinds of jobs were boosted by the restoration.
I visited the site a few times, and each time what struck me the most was the commitment and the joy and the responsibility of the companions that I met.
Anne Diaz-Griffin was born in France and educated in the U.S., where she runs an investment firm. She has helped mobilize financial support in America to revitalize Notre Dame. Why do you think this symbol of Paris and of France inspires such strong feelings, not just here, but in the U.S. and around the world?
Notre Dame symbolizes something universal, and that's something to be cherished.
Anne's contribution to the restoration effort was one of the largest from anyone in the U.S.
The support from Americans was just tremendous. There were over 45,000 donors who contributed funds to the cathedral for a sum of over $57 million. So we should be incredibly proud of that.
Every penny of that has been needed. The total cost of restoring Notre Dame is nearing $1 billion, including, Philippe Jost told us, for measures to prevent another tragedy. So you have new fire detection, new fire suppression systems that have all been installed?
Installed in the roof.
So that would prevent another catastrophe like this from ever happening again?
We are very confident in that. It will not happen again.
Jost also expressed confidence that rebuilding the new Notre Dame using the old materials of wood and stone and lead will help it to last.
The cathedral is 860 years old, and we will restore it for 860 years.
That it will last another
860 years. and perhaps more.
Architect Philippe Villeneuve championed the use of traditional materials, especially to build the towering new spire just as the old one had been constructed. But he let us in on a secret. There is one new touch up there.
J'ai laissé moi-même une petite trace de moi.
I left a small mark of myself, he told us. In one of the hooks of the new spire is my face, with an admiring and affectionate look to represent all the companions who rebuilt the cathedral.
How are you?
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. President Macron visited Notre Dame while we were there, when it was still buzzing with preparations for opening day.
It's impressive and very moving to see we still have dozens of people working hard, finished the job.
And as Notre Dame's great doors reopen, might that spirit be even a little bit contagious? There's a lot of political division here in France, as there is in the United States. So in this climate, how important is it to have a project like this that unifies rather than divides?
We speak about a moment of unity and pride. And this is exactly what our nations need, especially in that times. We should try to consider this type of moments and great projects and saying, if we're ready and able to do so, why don't we try to fix other, perhaps more abstract, but very important big issues of our countries?
So the impossible is not impossible, huh?
Definitely, it's French motto. Impossible is not French.
Okay, name that country. It's planted opposite Europe, sitting proudly on the other side of the North Sea. It's a monarchy that features its own currency, postage stamps, constitution, national anthem, love of tea, and a pair of handsome princes born 2 years apart. We speak of Sealand, a crumb of real estate off the English coast that declared its independence in 1967. Sealand has a full-time population of 1. It has a landmass the size of roughly 2 tennis courts. Its leading export might be the national mythology, a history of piracy, coups, counter-coups, rogues, and offshore internet schemes. It may make tiny Liechtenstein look like China by comparison, but as we found out last year, by rights, Sealand is a sovereign nation. Join us as we compile some notes from a truly small island.
We can see Sealand over there, by the way, now. You see that?
Oh, there she is.
Yeah. On the starboard bow.
Behold, the world's smallest state. It's a micronation in the extreme, a principality which sits, or stands, only 7 miles off the coast of England. Its self-described reigning monarch is this guy, Prince Michael Bates. Here we are.
Yeah.
A platform and a couple of concrete husks, and
yeah,
this is a state.
Yep.
Enter some countries, you arrive in style. Here, you arrive in what's basically a backyard swing hoisted by a crank 60 feet above the North Sea. And if you're wondering about the safety regulations, yeah, us too. Then again, when you are a sovereign nation, you, by definition, set your own rules. That's a hell of a way to get into a country.
The only way to travel.
On the plus side, there's no long line at the arrivals hall.
I'm following you to passport control.
Mike Barrington fills various roles and positions on Sealand. Right now, it's immigration and customs. He also happens to be the only permanent resident.
There you are, sir. So now I'm official. You are. Welcome to Sealand.
It wasn't always named Sealand, and it was never intended to be a country. Originally called His Majesty's Ruff's Tower, it was a hastily constructed nautical fort, one of several the British set up in the North Sea during World War II. Hi! Equipped with anti-aircraft artillery, these forts were designed to prevent German bombing raids on London. During the war, more than 100 Royal Marines were crammed into these towers for months on end. Descending the 7-story towers, it feels and smells like a cross between a treehouse and a diesel-soaked submarine. First up, the first-class bedroom suite.
It's a nice one.
Nice TV.
Our claustrophobic tour continued downward.
Now we're underwater at this point. So we've still got a couple floors to go.
Yeah, you hear ships going past. You hear the propellers going around. Ding, 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 ding.
Like many countries, there's a national cathedral.
You have freedom of worship in Sealand. I think there's even the Quran here somewhere.
On the bottom floor, the jail.
2 days in the brig. Bread and water.
I have to look at the Sealand Constitution and see what my rights are.
Very limited at the moment.
If you're wondering by now how this concrete island constitutes a country, stick with us here.
This is Radio Caroline on 199.
Back in the 1960s, these same waters played host to the burgeoning unlicensed commercial radio business that operated on ships and old forts, what the British government called pirate radio. It was the time of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Kinks. But the stodgy BBC, which had a monopoly on broadcasting in Britain, gave the rock bands just an hour of airtime a week. The younger set in Britain, millions of them, tuned their radio knobs to the pirate stations. In 1965, Prince Michael's father, Roy Bates, an enterprising, swashbuckling World War II veteran, commandeered a fort where another pirate station operated. It was the Wild West on the North Sea.
The DJs may not be highly experienced, but they certainly pull their weight.
Bates set up Britain's first 24-hour outfit. He called it Radio Essex.
You're in tune with Radio Essex broadcasting on 222 meters.
We're doing a job that's needed. The public want us to do the job, so do businesses. And I think while this demand is here, we'll remain in business.
But not for long. The British government enacted a new law rendering all pirate radio stations illegal. Bates was forced to shut down, but true to his nature, he was something other than scared off.
He just would not back down.
Form of surrender? If he had said, you know what, I'm out?
He wouldn't know that word, surrender. I mean, no.
Far from surrendering, Bates seized another fort, Ruff's Tower, which was outside UK territorial waters. Instead of restarting Radio Essex, he did something bolder still. On September 2nd, 1967, he declared it an independent state, Sealand, and declared himself its prince. It was his wife Joan's birthday.
And it was, of course, a hugely romantic gesture to make my mother a princess.
In addition to taking you out to dinner, I'm going to make you a princess.
He didn't take her out to dinner, but he just made her a princess, yeah.
Prince Roy and Princess Joan, along with their 2 children, Michael and Penny, set up home on Sealand. The sheer novelty of their lifestyle was a constant source of amusement on the mainland. This newsreel is from 1969.
The start of another day, even for the new royals, is no different than for millions of others, the request for a common cuppa.
Mrs. Bates, how is it possible to keep looking glamorous in conditions like these?
It's no more difficult than anywhere else in the world. We're quite comfortable here. We have all the things I want. Look, makeups, brushes and things.
At age 16, Penny was less convinced.
It was freezing cold and it had no electricity. To flush the toilet, you'd have to chuck a bucket over the side, drop it down about 80 feet, pull it up and flush the toilet.
That was your toilet?
Yes.
The Bates family had big ambitions to turn Sealand into a tax haven, a luxury island and casino. And they went all in on the trappings of statehood, fashioning a flag, stamps, currency, an anthem, even a national motto, Imare Libertas, from the sea, freedom. As teens, Michael and Penny would spend months on Sealand, holding down the fort, as it were, firing off warning shots and tossing Molotov cocktails overboard to fend off periodic attempts of invasion from rivals and buccaneers.
When the press eventually came out and took photographs, my father called me down and he said, now look, he said, how many times have I told you, you do not hold a gun like that?
You weren't holding the gun the right way.
And actually, if you look at the picture, the way I'm holding the guns is dreadful.
Firmly settled on Sealand, the Bateses remained a nuisance to the British government. So much so, as a warning to the family, a team of Royal Engineers blew up a similar North Sea fort. At Sealand's National Archives, which doubles as Prince Michael's dining room table, we were shown declassified plans drawn up by the British Ministry of Defence to take Sealand by force.
The following units are to be available to the execution of the operation. Royal Navy, 2 Wessex 5 helicopters, crafts from HM Naval Base Chatham, Portsmouth, Medway, and a clearance diving team. It's crazy, isn't it?
But it wasn't just the British government that wanted to dislodge the family. In August 1978, a band of rogue German and Dutch lawyers and diamond merchants launched a coup d'etat with designs of founding their own offshore casino. They arrived by helicopter with a film crew in tow, taking Prince Michael by surprise and then roughing him up.
They tied my elbows together, my knees together, my feet together, my hands down to my knees, and they picked me up and one says to the other in German, "Let's chuck this bastard over the side, he's too much trouble."
You're a full-on political prisoner right now.
Yeah.
Sealand had fallen. After 3 days, Michael was released. Did Michael and his father then return via helicopter, fully armed and flanked by a group of bruisers, to stage a successful counter-coup? Yes, they did.
But I jumped and landed crash in the middle of the Germans. A sawn-off shotgun hit the deck, boom, and all the Germans went like that.
They surrender. That's it.
Yeah.
You've reclaimed your principality.
Yep.
Disarmed, the plotters were released, all except for one. His name was Putz, and he was made to clean the bathroom, make coffee, and imposed a fine for treason, $37,000. His imprisonment brought a German diplomat to Sealand.
But if you have German emissaries coming here to try and negotiate the release of this prisoner, doesn't that imply that Sealand is a state that's having relations?
Absolutely. It's de facto recognition, isn't it? It happened, yeah.
This diplomatic visit was critical for the Bates family. An international treaty signed in the 1930s established 4 requirements for statehood. One is recognition by another state. Sealand had already met the other tests. A government, check. A defined territory, check. And a permanent population, check, thanks to Michael Barrington.
So what's your position here?
Well, I do most of the engineering work, electrically and whatever. Apparently I'm head of Homeland Security.
What are you protecting this place from?
Well, the British government or anybody else that decides to take us over. We are a country, after all, a small nation.
You're ready to use weapons if you have to?
If need be, yes. No hesitation.
But in recent years, to keep Sealand afloat, the Bates family has updated their pirate radio sensibilities for the times. In the early 2000s, they partnered with fringe internet entrepreneurs who invested millions with designs of turning Sealand into an offshore data haven. Prince Michael's son, Prince James, showed us the old server room.
We used to run things like gambling sites, porn sites. We had a few dubious people asking us to do things that we didn't really agree with. There was an organ transplant company like Human Organs that wanted to host out here, which my father was against.
Gambling and porn is okay, but we draw a line at harvesting human organs.
Yes, exactly.
That venture failed dismally. But today, James and his younger brother, Prince Liam, are still harnessing the power of the internet. The Bates family won't disclose the size of the national debt or the yearly budget, but it is serviced through the online sale of noble titles. Become a lord or lady for $30. $600 will make you a Sealand duke or duchess.
And people are buying these titles. What is that all about?
I think it means so many things to so many different people. Some people love the act of political defiance. Some people love the love story that ran through it with my grandma and grandpa. Some people love David against Goliath.
That national myth, the very idea of Sealand, has now far outgrown the country itself. As for the House of Bates, well, Roy and Joan have passed on. And the rest of the lineage lives in the small English resort town of Southend-on-Sea. Princes James and Liam run a business harvesting cockles. Princess Penny runs a Botox clinic nearby. And 7 years ago, Prince Michael married and welcomed a new princess, Mei Shi, a former artillery major in China's People's Liberation Army. 6 decades after founding their private little country, the royal family remains committed to the bit. this a golden age for Sealand?
Hopefully.
If the British Navy rolled up tomorrow and said it's time to reclaim Sealand, how do you respond?
Well, first of all, I'm sure they wouldn't, but if they did, I'd just get the best china out and make them a nice cup of tea.
Later this year, the royal family will be rolling out their latest gambit, digital citizenship, to help fund Sealand's refurbishment into a tourist destination.
When workers broke ground on an underground parking lot in the heart of Rome 15 years ago, they had no idea what their backhoes were about to unearth. The site turned out to be what Italian archaeologists believe was once the pleasure gardens of the Roman Emperor Caligula, where some 2,000 years ago all sorts of lavish parties, royal intrigue, and debauched behavior likely took place. Caligula became the third emperor of Rome in 37 AD, and he reigned for barely 4 years. He's been portrayed in history as one of the most deranged and despicable Roman emperors ever to rule, but as we first reported last fall, scholars have been re-examining Caligula's story for years to see if history has it right. Could we discover some new fragments of truth in Caligula's gardens? We were more than happy to go to Rome to find out. The temples and palaces of ancient Rome may have crumbled long ago, but the legend of one of its oddest emperors lives on.
Down on your knees, all of you! Bend your heads! I shall sever each one at the neck!
What most people know about Caligula comes from this iconic BBC series, I, Claudius, which was based on 2 historical novels by Robert Graves. In the show, Caligula turns his palace into a brothel, makes his horse a high-ranking senator, and declares himself a living god.
For now, you may address me as Zeus.
It's a torrid tale of incest, infanticide,
Don't go in there.
and imperial madness.
Help me!
But how much of that portrayal is real? Did Caligula impregnate his sister and then eat her baby?
Caligula did not impregnate his sister and eat her baby.
Did Caligula make a horse a high-ranking senator or consul?
No, of course he didn't.
Did he turn his palace into a brothel? No. So where did all these ideas come from? I mean,
Largely from Robert Graves. You know, his I, Claudius novels are awesome. But he wasn't an academic. He was a writer.
Andrew Wallace Hadrill is an academic, a professor emeritus at the University of Cambridge, and he's closely studied the few written accounts that survive from Caligula's time. I grew up watching I, Claudius. I love the book. I love the old TV series. Yeah. You're telling me a lot of that just wasn't true?
No. What I'm not denying is they had sex in the palace. Of course they had sex. Mm-hmm. Pretty spectacularly. Of course they had.
Spectacularly? But Wallace Hadrill does believe Caligula could be very impulsive and brutal, and he doesn't rule out the possibility that he may have had a severe physical or mental disorder.
I think there's a serious danger that Caligula was pathological, that he actually didn't care about the hurt he caused.
Wallace Hadrill says Robert Graves' novels were largely based on stories published around 121 AD, 80 years after Caligula's death, by Suetonius, a well-known biographer and advisor to later emperors. But Suetonius often had to rely on second-hand stories and gossip from members of the imperial court.
These members of the court, it's like staffers in the White House. It's like all those leaky people in Buckingham Palace. What are these stories worth? How can you pin them down?
Archaeology can help pin down the past, but in a city full of amazing ruins, not much directly linked to Caligula had been discovered. That is until 2006, when a pension fund for Italian doctors called NPAM started digging an underground parking garage for its new office building in the Esquilino neighborhood of Rome. In ancient times, this was one of a number of tranquil garden estates located about 10 minutes by carriage from the bustling Roman Forum. These recreations from Rome's superintendent of antiquities give some sense of the sprawling grounds and buildings enjoyed by emperors and their guests for about 4 centuries. It took archaeologists 9 years to carefully recover more than 1 million pieces of the past, while an underground parking garage and modern building was built around them. Everything found was taken to a large warehouse where it was closely analyzed, logged into a database, and when possible, painstakingly restored. The office building's completed now in Rome's newest archaeological site. The Nymphaeum Museum opened in the basement, preserving some of the excavation and suggesting what a lush and lavish place this once was. It contains thousands of items from the 2nd century BC through the 5th century AD, like this drinking glass that somehow survived largely intact for 1900 years. Morella Lorenzi, director of excavations for the Italian Ministry of Culture, took us to a small staircase normally closed to the public and brought us to the level of the ground during Caligula's time. And so back then, in the 1st century, 2,000 years ago, this was outside.
It was clearly a garden because we found in the layers traces of the roots of the plants. And in this part here, the staircase connected the various levels of the garden.
Is it possible to walk on it?
Assolutamente sì.
Yeah? Excellent. This is what Sir Lorenzi's team believes the area looked like during Caligula's reign. We ended up talking for a long time on the garden steps. Is it right to sit down?
Sì, okay.
There was something about touching those old slabs of marble that made ancient history feel very real. I can't believe that we are sitting on the steps that Caligula may have walked on. It's amazing. She told us the water pipe by our feet was installed by Caligula's successor, his uncle Claudius. His name is stamped on the pipe. One of the most remarkable things about Caligula is that he lived to become emperor at all. The emperor before him, his adoptive grandfather Tiberius, was suspected of killing Caligula's father, mother, and 2 brothers. And when Caligula turned 19, he was summoned to live with Tiberius at his palace on the island of Capri. It sits high on a cliff, and it said Tiberius would have people who crossed him tossed onto the rocks below. Through some combination of flattery and deceit, Caligula managed to survive here for 6 years with the man who may have killed much of his family. He became Tiberius' successor in 37 AD. He was just 24 years old and in charge of an empire.
He was in a very, very difficult position. I like the saying of Tiberius, who says, being emperor is like having to hold a wolf by the ears. There's this sort of savage beast that can turn on you any moment.
What is so insecure about it? Was it the system itself?
You've got this enormous concentration of power and resource, wealth, concentrated on the palace in Rome. And everyone wants in on it. They are prepared to do anything to seize this power.
Back then, the Roman Empire dominated the Mediterranean world, and items found in the gardens give some sense of the riches that flowed towards Rome. Rare and intricately carved marble from the far reaches of the empire decorated the walls of the buildings. Glass recovered at the site appears to have been used in very early windows, and large amounts of oysters appear to have been served at meals. Morella Lorenzi says her team recovered the bones of wild animals that would have been brought here from faraway lands. She showed us the leg of an ostrich, the foot of a lion, and the tooth of a bear.
It's evident that wild animals were here for the entertainment of the emperor. Games were carried out here with gladiators, we can imagine, and battles with ferocious beasts.
When he became emperor, Caligula started improving Rome's infrastructure. He began work on new aqueducts. He also cut taxes. Sir Lorenzi says this coin found in the gardens was minted around 39 AD to remind Romans that Caligula got rid of a sales tax. 2,000 years ago, politicians were just like politicians today. If they cut taxes, they wanted everybody to know about it.
That's exactly right. The coins are a form of imperial propaganda.
But something changed as the years progressed. Suetonius says Caligula wanted to be treated as a god and connected his palace in the Roman Forum to a major temple. That's the Temple of Castor and Pollux.
Exactly. And this column has been standing there for more than 2,000 years. They have been created in year 6.
Paolo Carafa, professor of archaeology at Sapienza University of Rome, has been studying the Roman Forum area for more than 35 years. So, according to Suetonius, Caligula extended his house up to that temple.
Exactly.
Have you found evidence of that?
Behind that temple, recent excavations have identified fragments of a large house, a luxury house.
He can't say for sure it was Caligula's house, but he says it comes from that time period, and only an emperor like Caligula would have dared do something so shocking.
He wanted the temple to be the entrance to his own house.
Which is quite unusual.
One of the things I. Claudia seems to have gotten right, Wallace Hadrill told us, was Caligula's capacity for both physical and mental cruelty.
There's no doubt that Caligula is brutal, but Suetonius says he's not only brutal, he thinks it's amusing. He takes pleasure in it.
Perhaps the most telling account comes from a contemporary of Caligula's, the philosopher Seneca, who describes how Caligula invited a father to a festive dinner on the day he'd executed the man's son.
And at the dinner, he insists that the father should have a jolly time. He plies him with wine and food. He even plies him with perfume and a garland.
On the very day his son...
On the very day. And Seneca says, people asked, how on earth could he endure to do it? And the answer is, he had a second son. And I think that anecdote just evokes the atmosphere of terror of the court of Caligula.
As I. Claudia showed, the end came in 41 AD, when Caligula was stabbed to death by members of his own imperial guard.
He's killed by his own guardsmen, but then they haven't got a candidate.
They don't have somebody waiting to take over.
No one in the wings, except poor old Claudius.
Does that argue the point that he had to have been really awful if they were so motivated to just kill him?
Yeah. It's an assassination born of anger, humiliation, disgust. We can't take this anymore.
Long after the assassination itself, some historians believe Caligula's enemies assassinated his memory as well.
There's a number of contemporary scholars who've argued that Caligula's critics distorted his memory, that they have falsely made him out to be far worse than he was.
Of course, it's like entering a hall of mirrors, and you know some of them are concave and some are convex, and there are no flat mirrors.
But isn't that terrifying that what we think we know about history is so dependent on rumors or...
But I think it's an enormous mistake to look at the past as a series of solid rocks that that was definitely there and that was definitely... It's a great morass, a flowing sea. I think that ancient history is very good for people because it's got so much uncertainty in it.
But why is it good that there's a lot of misinformation?
It's good because the world we live in is full of misinformation, as we have learned spectacularly in recent years. People invent truths. You have to be skeptical.
As we prepare to leave the Nymphaeum Museum, we couldn't help thinking about how time tramples even the mightiest of empires, turning lavish gardens into underground parking lots.
What do you think Caligula would think of what's happened to his gardens?
I think he'd be in total disagreement. And I don't think he'd be very happy that we're sitting on his staircase.
Hard to tell which way the economy's heading. Unemployment eased a bit, but now the Dow's off several hundred points. If you'd like to meet the people who are supposed to repair the state of the world or give a piece of your mind to the bankers who helped get us into this mess, we can tell you where to find a lot of them, all in one place. It is a tiny town folded into the Swiss Alps called Davos, a village where you could bump into Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, the head of Google, and the Queen of Jordan, all waiting in line in a coffee shop. This year marks the 40th anniversary of what may be the most important meeting on Earth, the World Economic Forum. A lot of reporters cover the forum, but few get inside. Last month, we were given the kind of access that's usually reserved for kings and captains of industry. The world economy is traveling a dark and troubled stretch, but if there's light at the end of the tunnel, you might see it first in Davos. This is the scene of the world's summit meeting. 5 days each January when 2,500 capitalists, globalists, and futurists discuss the fate of Earth's other 7 billion inhabitants. Within minutes, you'll run into billionaire financier George Soros, Nobel Peace Prize winner Elie Wiesel, computer tycoon Michael Dell, and Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah of Jordan.
I was down in the lobby of the hotel last night, and I noticed that you were talking to President Clinton, and while you two were talking, Bill Gates walked by. I mean, it's that kind of place.
It is, and I find that a lot of work gets done in corridors, in the lobbies of the hotels, and in the elevators. You just bump into people. We're all stuck together in this place, and a lot can get done when you see people from all walks of life.
Why is it important?
Because you have a high concentration of some of the best minds in business, technology, politics, all together in one destination, far away from everything else.
At 5,000 feet, Davos is Europe's highest town and arguably its best ski resort. But the 800-year-old village has only 13,000 residents, one road in and out, and no airport. It's a tight fit as skiers make way for the high-security capital of capitalism.
What is this, your Super Bowl?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. It's the place where everybody that I ever want to meet over a whole year is all gathered together. So I can do about...
Martin Wolf is a columnist for the Financial Times of London who delights in watching the high and mighty squeezed into Davos.
There aren't enough tables in restaurants, there aren't enough hotel rooms.
Oh, that's part of the thrill. It is the only place where these really powerful people are made to be very inconvenienced. Just about the only place in the world that really powerful, really rich men, mostly men, a few women, can actually behave like normal people.
We were here a few days before the forum started, and it looked like they were setting up for a rock concert. What goes into this?
Just the program. There are all the lunches and dinners and hotels, and travel programs, security, which is obviously a nightmare. I mean, they've brought together everyone in the world that the terrorists would want to kill. It is an enormous organizational project.
They suffer the indignities to attend the seminars of the World Economic Forum. More than 150 expert talks on things including financial risk regulation, viruses, U.S.-China relations, and the global economic outlook, plus rural poverty and even life on other planets. At the last minute, the forum this year pushed the world's greatest disaster to the top of the list.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How have you been, sir?
Great.
Good to see you.
We ran into Bill Clinton, who flew 10,000 miles round trip just to spend a day pitching his Haiti relief campaign.
What is your message to the forum?
Every person at this forum should ask themselves what they can do and whether they, particularly the business leaders, will they join the business leaders we've already put together in building the future, and that we're going to try to help do it.
It's worth coming all this way to be at this meeting.
Absolutely. Well, it is if some of them come across. I think so. This is where a lot of the people are with the expertise, the capacity, the desire, and the money to make a difference there.
Good luck, Mr. President.
Thank you, Scott. I'm glad to see you.
Good to see you.
Bye-bye, guys.
He's here because this is where the money is. The business of Davos is business.
What do billionaires talk about behind closed doors?
I wouldn't know. I'm not a billionaire.
Maybe not a billionaire, but Sir Martin Sorrell did assemble the world's largest advertising agency, WPP, with 140,000 employees.
Why is this worth it to you?
To be brutally frank about it, we have a large number of our clients here and a large number of people who aren't our clients. So from use that terrible phrase, from a networking point of view, it is a little bit like, sort of, if I can put it like this, shooting fish in a barrel.
And exotic fish at that. Davos is invitation only. Corporate memberships cost from $30,000 to $500,000, and then it's $18,000 each for the coveted white badges that grant entry and are worn like jewelry.
You know, I've noticed that there's something that I like to call the Davos glance. When you meet someone, they do not look you in the eye. They look you in the chest.
Well, no, they look you in the eye first, then they look down at your chest. The other thing they do is look over your shoulder for the next one.
To see who else is coming in the room.
Exactly.
The A-listers in the room included 28 heads of state and about 1,000 CEOs, all lining up to see one man.
Professor, how are you? Merci.
A little-known German business professor who started the forum back in 1971. Professor Klaus Schwab greets presidents and rock stars. But as we tried to catch up with him, Schwab told us that titles don't matter at his forum.
You have to send your ego home, and you re-find it when you come back.
But not here.
Not here, not here.
After 40 years, Schwab is still the head of the nonprofit foundation that stages the forum.
Your office is behind the Xerox machine and the coffee maker.
But we are very tight.
His forum works like nothing else, in part because it isn't formal or official. It turns out people who can't be seen together in public can meet here. In 1989, North and South Korea spoke for the first time at Davos. When the Berlin Wall fell, German unity started at Davos. And in 1992, Mandela and de Klerk began the conversation that ended apartheid. Queen Rania of Jordan told us that warring factions in the Middle East meet here when no world power can push them together.
An Arab and an Israeli could run into each other in the hallway in this hotel.
Absolutely, absolutely, and not feel that they have to pander to, media or to their, or to being politically correct, but they can actually deal with the core issues at hand. And God knows that we need all the help we can get with the Middle East peace process, because at the moment it's still a deadly stalemate, and people are beginning to lose hope. Look at Iraq.
Her Majesty knows strategic territory when she sees it. She's been coming to Davos for 6 years.
You're a bit of a pro when it comes to working Davos. Tell me how that happens.
A lot of the work is done just sitting in the cafeteria. In the Congress Hall, and just seeing people pass by and discussing things.
The Queen hangs out in the cafeteria?
I enjoy hanging out in the cafeteria. I'm going to do it this afternoon, actually. It's fun.
And sure enough, that's where we found her, promoting her project to build classrooms for the 72 million kids in the world who have no school. The woman on the right is Melinda Gates, the richest woman on earth. Imagine what that conversation is like. Klaus Schwab told us that Davos is where Melinda's husband, Bill Gates, first met the World Health Organization and got the idea to give away billions for immunizations.
They became aware, probably, of the need to act particularly in this field. Scott, I have to rush down to Korean president.
The Korean president. Busy.
I have to introduce him. So
off you go.
See you later.
See you later.
Yeah, thank you.
How did Schwab pull this together?
Well, I think he had the vision. I mean, like everything in life, you have a strong vision.
But he didn't exactly pull this together with the force of his charisma.
I think that's a little bit unfair.
You know what I mean.
If he'd been a larger-than-life character or personality, which is the sort of thing you're getting at, maybe he wouldn't have been able to do this.
It turns out there are two Davoses, one you see and one you don't. After hours and behind the windows, there are hundreds of private parties where deals are done. We got a look behind the door at a dinner hosted by the executive recruiting firm Heidrick & Struggles. Davos makes a point of inviting new companies with bright ideas, and this table paired investors with Alan Barton, who has a new way to make building materials out of old tires.
When you leave here, what are you going to have that you didn't have before?
Plenty more contacts, so people that you can work with, people that you can call, people that have been through some of the same challenges and might have solved the problems that you're trying to solve.
One of the biggest connections that Klaus Schwab ever made was when he first invited a little company with a silly name. Eric Schmidt is chief executive of Google.
Davos is the one place where all of the pieces of the tech industry assemble. All the telecommunications, all the hardware, all the software. And remember, we all need each other. We never meet anywhere else in the world.
When Google was in its infancy, was Davos important to its growth?
Davos matters to companies at a certain scale. As a small company, you get your product, you have a local market, no problem. There's a point at which you need to be able to reach globally. There's a point at which you need to be able to talk to all the other companies. At Davos, you can do that. And that was a very helpful at the time for us.
It's an accelerant, if you
it's
will,
an accelerant.
when you come here to the global stage.
Absolutely.
What is the coolest thing that's happened to you in all your trips to Davos?
Probably the Audi challenge.
One of the few diversions set up for the week is a racetrack.
It's all very serious business, but there's one thing about being in the room with some of the leading experts in the world, it can be pretty dull. So some of the CEOs come out here to the Audi test track to drive insanely on the ice. The Audi people say the CEOs can clear their minds. Whoa, there goes a cone.
But this year, no one wanted to be seen having fun, given the spin out of the world economy. The talk in this closed-door meeting was about clamping down on the world's banks. Bank regulation was a major theme that wouldn't have drawn much of a crowd a couple of years back.
2 years ago, there were economists here at Davos who predicted the great economic crisis that we found ourselves in, but it doesn't seem like anybody was listening then.
It's a little bit like in church. As a person who gives a sermon on Sunday, you cannot keep responsible for what the churchgoers do on Monday.
Klaus Schwab's Sermon on the Mount is meant to bring social conscience to the pursuit of money. His disciples come to the mountaintop year after year because the world is constantly changing, and there may be no better place to make a deal.
Tonight on this Easter Sunday, we're going to take you to a place outside our world. It's not Mars or Venus, but it might as well be. It's a remote peninsula in northern Greece that millions believe to be the most sacred spot on Earth. It's called Mount Athos, and prayers have been offered here every day with no interruption for more than 1,000 years. It was set aside by ancient emperors to be the spiritual capital of Orthodox Christianity, and has probably changed less over the centuries than any other inhabited place on the planet. The monks come here from all over and do everything they can to keep what they call the world far away. Not surprisingly, journalists are not exactly welcome. For more than 2 years now, we've been corresponding, negotiating, and frankly pleading for an invitation, but ran into one monastic wall after another. Then, much to our surprise and delight, a few months ago, the monks said, "Okay, come see who we are." This Byzantine cross marks the border between Mount Athos and the 21st century. The monks come here, as they always have, for the beauty, the tranquility, and the isolation. But most of all, for this. Father Iakovos is one of the few Americans on the mountain. He's been here more than half his life.
You have to understand the words that we're saying in today's liturgy are the same words that Christ was saying, the same words that saints from the 1st century, the 2nd century, the 3rd century, the 4th century.
And nothing has changed in Orthodoxy since then. It's the only branch of Christianity that can make that claim. Father Eliseos is the abbot, the top man, at Simonos Petros, one of the 20 monasteries. It was Abbot Eliseos who invited us here, and never let us forget what a rare privilege it was.
It happened once, in 1981.
The last time you invited a television crew here was 1981.
Correct. We weren't going to invite you, but your persistence convinced us to open the door.
The door he opened revealed the wonder that is Simonos Petros, which fits like a crown on top of a rock 800 feet above the Aegean. It was built in the 14th century and the monks will tell you it must be considered a miracle that it hasn't fallen into the sea. There are 20 monasteries on Mount Athos. Some look like medieval fortresses. Others are so large they resemble small cities. They rise from virgin forests and line the coast, shrouded in mist. There's nothing on this 130-square-mile peninsula other than monasteries and monks. Nothing. We expected Mount Athos to be a quiet place, but we couldn't have imagined how quiet until we were dropped off here. The silence is only broken by the occasional tapping on a chiseled piece of chestnut. It's a call to prayer, and it started being used here before there were bells.
Οι άνθρωποι που βρίσκονται εδώ έχουν ένα και μοναδικό σκοπό.
The monks here have one goal, and that is how to get closer to God.
Father Serapion wanted us to understand that there is no place on earth closer to heaven than Mount Athos.
Μόνο πάνω από 1,000 εκκλησίες κάθε μέρα κάνουν Θεία Λειτουργία.
Every day, 1,000 divine liturgies are celebrated on the peninsula.
Είναι μοναδικό.
It's unique in the world and in the Orthodox Church.
Exactly what makes it unique.
Ο απόλυτος τρόπος της ζωής των μοναχών.
It's the absolute way of life of the monks.
It's a Spartan way of life, but all the monks we talked to said they never want to leave, not even for a day. So they try to be self-sufficient. They grow their own fruits and vegetables, do their own tailoring, and when they get sick, there's an in-monastery doctor, Father Emilios, who's not very busy because the monks are in excellent shape. There's remarkably little cancer, virtually no heart disease or Alzheimer's. They must be doing something right in addition to drinking wine at 9 in the morning. They eat 2 meals a day. There's what they call the first meal, which lasts 10 minutes, and the second meal, which lasts 10 minutes. There's no meat and no dinner table conversation. The only sound, a monk reading from sacred texts. We were surprised by how busy the monks are. When they're not praying, they're working. Father Theodosius, born a Lutheran in Germany, is a mechanical wizard who has given the monastery continuous electricity and occasional hot water.
Many Christians in the world, they are looking for the original church, for the ancient church.
Do you think this is the closest to the original church?
Yes. When you come to Orthodoxy, you will see it has everything you ever sought for.
Father Averkios takes care of the ancient footpaths here. He clears the trails. We went with him on what was, for us, an exhausting hike on the hills above the monastery. It wasn't tough for him, though. He says that after decades of roaming the world, this is his path.
I've been to many places.
Tell me where.
From Switzerland, of course, from Sweden, Finland, Spain, Portugal, Singapore, Australia, and Texas.
Texas? How did you like Texas?
I liked very much. I liked mostly the people.
Now, with all the traveling you've done, how did you end up here?
I was searching for a way of life. I can give all of myself to that. And I think the God of Jesus is above all the others, money, lifestyle, even family.
The family at Simonas Petras consists of 54 monks from 8 countries. Father Yakovos came here 25 years ago from Winthrop, Massachusetts. This is about as beautiful as it gets.
I think so.
He took us on a tour of the monastery. It'd be tough enough to build a monastery on top of a rock today, but how did they do it in the 13th century?
You know, that's something which even modern-day architects are amazed at. When the workers came and saw the site where St. Simon, the founder of our monastery, wanted to build, they looked at him and they said,
"You're crazy."
Are you crazy? Of course.
So being crazy was not a bad thing?
No, not at all.
Now, back then, how did you get stuff up here?
We have mules.
It takes 15 minutes to walk through the monastery into the sunlight. Enough time to find out that Father Yakovos' journey to Mount Athos started at the age of 6, when his father showed him a picture.
It was just so impressive. And I turned around and I said to him, Dad, you know, I don't think that I'm going to be able to believe that somebody lives in that building until I step on those balconies myself.
Destiny.
It is a little bit too.
From the age of 6.
Yes.
Father Yakovos doesn't follow what's going on in Winthrop or anywhere else today. There are no newspapers, no radio, no television on Mount Athos. There are a few telephones, and Father Yakovos got a call last year. His father was dying.
Prior to his death, he was asking if I would go so I could see him one last time.
Reasonable request.
From a father, I think so. My response was negative, though.
You didn't go?
I didn't go. I didn't go because of the fact that monastics do not go to funerals of their relatives or their friends. They remain here at the monastery.
When your father asked you to come see him one last time, and you said no, was there any feeling of I'm letting my father down?
Not at all. I know that we're going to see each other in paradise one day.
The whole idea at Mount Athos is not only to isolate oneself from the outside world, but to let go of all memories of one's past life. The purpose of your being here, as I understand it, is prayer without distraction.
I'm not being distracted now.
Why are you laughing? First, tell me why you're laughing.
Why am I laughing? Because St. Paul says we're to pray unceasingly.
What's funny about that?
That's not what's funny about it. What's funny is how you think I can stop praying.
You're praying every minute of the day.
Even right now when we're talking.
Really?
Of course.
You don't see Father Yakovos praying while he's talking, but look at these other monks. Their lips never stop moving, not for a second. They just keep reciting the Jesus prayer day and night. Lord Jesus, have mercy on me. It becomes like breathing. Some monks say they can pray when they sleep, and they get no more than 3 hours sleep a night. But Mount Athos gets more applicants than it can handle. It's harder to get into than Harvard. The man comes as a novice, he's free to leave if he doesn't like it, and the monks can tell him to leave if they don't like him. When a novice arrives here, can you tell whether he's going to make it or not? Can you tell whether he's going to qualify to be a monk?
Όχι παραπάνω από ελάχιστο χρόνο το καταλαβαίνουμε.
After a while, it becomes pretty obvious whether or not someone is cut out for it, which is why we have a trial period, which can last up to 3 years.
I bet you know a lot sooner than 3 years. Davos.
Certainly.
Once he's accepted into the community, it's a lifetime commitment, and life never changes here. Never. Every day at 3 in the morning, a single bell rings, informing the brothers that it's time to stop praying on their own and start praying in church. On a typical day, and every day is a typical day, the services last 8 hours. The monks say it's an 8-hour conversation with God, a dress rehearsal for eternity. And remember, this doesn't only happen on Sundays, it happens every day, 365 days a year. A monk never gets a day off. This is the Divine Liturgy, the life of Christ celebrated by men whose only passion is to move closer to Christ every day. The depth of their devotion defies description. They didn't look like the same monks we had met in the gardens and the workshops. They were utterly transformed, with a concentration so profound they were immune from distraction. There were occasional flashes of ecstasy. This old monk could have risen out of a Rembrandt. There are no musical instruments in the church, just chanting. Chanting without end. Many of the voices, the basses in particular, could have made it at the Met. We didn't understand the words. We didn't really have to. This phrase we knew. Lord, have mercy. The most miraculous thing about Mount Athos, when we return. The most miraculous thing about Mount Athos may simply be the fact that it's still there. Over the centuries, it's been invaded by Crusaders, Ottomans, mercenaries, pirates, and Franks. The Nazis had their eyes on it too. The 2,000 monks attribute their survival, not surprisingly, to divine intervention. But they've also been pretty crafty. Some of the measures they've taken will surprise you. If you'd like to come for a visit, though, it can be arranged, but it's not easy. First, you'll need a visa issued by the monks. And unless you're an Orthodox pilgrim, it can take a while. Next, you'll fly to Athens and make your way to a scruffy little town in northern Greece where there's no airport and where the roads are dicey. Then you'll hop on a ferry, unless the trip has been canceled because of rough seas. That happens all the time. But on a calm day, it can be a very pleasant ride. The monks will tell you it takes years of prayer and soul-searching before they're ready to leave the world for Mount Athos. For the likes of us, though, it takes little more than an hour. It was the beginning of Lent when we took these pictures, and the ferry was packed with pilgrims from all over the Orthodox Christian world. Greeks, Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians, Russians. It wasn't long before the first monasteries came into view, and we thought we were sailing to Byzantium, to a fantasy land of castles and palaces. We were headed for Vatopedi, one of the oldest and largest monasteries on Mount Athos. It had the feel of a medieval city. Holiness seemed to seep from the very stones, from the frescoes on the 10th century church, from the marble font for holy water. But then there was the monastery's secular-looking centerpiece. There's nothing remarkable about the clock tower at the Vatopedi Monastery, except for one thing. Check out the time. It's just about 8:30. Now, my watch reads 2:30. That's a 6-hour difference, and there's nothing wrong with their clock or with my watch. It's because the monks on Mount Athos keep Byzantine time. The day starts at sunset, not at midnight. The monks measured time this way during the days of the Byzantine Empire. That's the Christian empire that followed the fall of Rome. And that's the flag they still fly here. How long ago did the Byzantine Empire fall?
1453.
1453. That's a well-known fact.
Well, it wasn't to us, but to Father Serapion, 1453 is the day before yesterday.
This peninsula is the only place in the world that still keeps Byzantine time.
It has maintained this time for some 550 years.
It was harvest time when we arrived, and dozens of monks were hard at work in the olive groves on the hills overlooking the monastery. That's where we ran into Father Nicandros from Melbourne, Australia.
This place looks like a summer resort, like a holiday resort, like a retreat, but it's not. It's an arena.
It's an arena?
Yes.
What do you mean?
The unseen warfare.
Unseen warfare?
That's right.
What does that mean?
We fight against the angels of the dark side, you see. the demon, of the devil, the Satan.
The battle against Satan and the dark side is waged here every day. The spiritual leader at Vatopedi is Abbot Ephrem.
Here, the life of Christ is experienced in a genuine way, and this doesn't happen in many other places in the world. What I'm talking about is the art of salvation.
It just so happened that while we were there, the monks celebrated an elaborate 7-hour vigil, and the church was packed with pilgrims. It's held once a year to honor the archangels Gabriel and Michael. According to the Bible, Gabriel and Michael led the army of angels that expelled Satan from heaven. The church's relics are brought out every day, and pilgrims ask for the blessing of the saints. The most sacred relic on the entire peninsula is in this case, fabric said to be part of a garment worn by the Virgin Mary. The irony is that while the Mother of God is revered here, no other woman is permitted to even set foot on Mount Athos. It's been like that for 1,000 years. The reason, according to Orthodox doctrine, is that Christ gave the peninsula to his mother, and all other women have been excluded so as to fully honor the Virgin Mary. It's also been said that in the days before the ban, when women did come here, the monks became distracted and couldn't devote themselves entirely to prayer. They say it's been a lot easier since the last lady left. Keeping women out certainly wasn't much of a problem 300-400 years ago. Do you feel that's becoming problematic today?
I don't think so, because the monastery itself and all the land around it is our property. And if we don't want women coming onto our property, we have every right to do that.
Mount Athos may be the last all-male bastion in the world, and Father Arsenio says it has to stay that way.
Here, we are concerned solely with purity and our elevation to eternity. If women are permitted, they'd bring their families and their children. This place would become a tourist attraction and no longer a place of silence.
If we wanted to experience profound silence, we're advised to go to Stavronikita. It's the smallest monastery on the Holy Mountain, but it has some of the most remarkable treasures. You stay in the silence just by walking in. There's no electricity here, so the icons and mosaics are illuminated only by shafts of sunlight and a few candles. St. Nicholas, the patron saint, John the Baptist, and the Virgin Mary. We were stunned by the magnificence of the art here, but then we ran into Father Maximus, a former professor at the Harvard Divinity School. He told us what we were seeing cannot be described as art.
They're devotional objects, and they're part of the living liturgical life of the church. So we don't have any art, and we're not a museum. I mean, to put it starkly.
Whatever you call it, it's priceless. That's why the monasteries have been invaded and plundered so many times over the centuries. The monks' most recent brush with history happened only 70 years ago. The Nazis were coming their way.
In the spring of 1941, the Germans invaded and occupied Greece.
They marched up the Acropolis, raised the swastika beside the Parthenon, and were about to invade. The monks asked for a meeting with Nazi officers who advised them to appeal to Hitler himself. And the monks wrote a letter to Hitler.
A letter was written, and in the letter the monks identified themselves. They said, "This is who we are." And they asked Hitler to place the Holy Mountain under his personal protection.
What kind of response did you get?
Well, it seems that Hitler liked the idea and accepted the invitation to become the personal protector of the Holy Mountain.
Well, let me just get that straight. Hitler, the personal protector of the Holy Mountain.
That's right. That's right.
Hitler did send a team of German academics to Mount Athos. They took 1,800 pictures of the mountain's treasures, and it wasn't because they enjoyed photography. Hitler wanted the monastery's riches in Berlin.
The professors were sent as an advance team to catalog the treasures of the Holy Mountains so that a selection of things could be made to be removed.
Didn't happen, did it?
No, it didn't. Not a single thing was taken.
Father Maximus believes they have the Russians to thank for that by the time the Nazi scholars completed their work, Hitler was bogged down in Russia and wasn't thinking about icons. That Nazi period has been largely forgotten here. To the monks, it was just one more blip on the road, and a small one at that. Today, Vatopedi is the most popular destination on the mountain. It hosts 35,000 pilgrims a year and offers more than spiritual sustenance. The monks have their own fishing boats, and the catch is pretty good. The fish are served fresher than in any Greek restaurant. The refectory dates from the 12th century, and since the 12th century, the food here has been free. Vatopedi has been supported by rich benefactors, emperors, princes, kings, and today, partially by pilgrims with deep pockets who commission icons in the making. But the ancient treasures? Not a chance. They can't even see them. They're under lock and key. It's not a new security system, but it works. Normally, it takes more than one monk to unlock the door, because no one monk is allowed to have all 4 keys at the same time. It's sort of a medieval version of the nuclear launch control. Do you keep those keys in your pocket, Father?
Try not to.
Father Matthew from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, was given the abbot's blessing to let us into the inner sanctum. Once inside, there was still another hidden door.
Behind the curtain?
We walked into the world of Byzantium. It was hard to imagine that everything here was at least 600 years old, because the brilliance had not faded. There are almost 4,000 icons stored in this monastery alone. Oh, wow. The highlight? A 14th century icon of Christ. Every monk will tell you the sole purpose of life on Mount Athos is to get closer to Christ every day. And they say total union with Christ is only possible when they leave this world.
Πρώτο πράγμα που κάνει ένας μοναχός είναι να αγαπήσει το θάνατο.
The first thing a monk does is embrace and love death.
Embrace and love death.
Γιατί ο θάνατος...
Because death is the ticket to the other life. Without a ticket, you can't travel.
Where do you get the ticket?
Εδώ, στη ζωή αυτή.
In this life. That's what we do each day. We prepare for death.
Για το ταξίδι μας προς τον ουρανό.
And we are joyful about our journey to heaven.
Right. Father Matthew offered to take us to the transit point between this world and heaven. When a monk dies, he's buried until there's nothing left but bones. Then he's brought to where every monk who's ever lived here ends up, the ossuary.
Any idea how many skulls there are here?
Thousands. I'm not sure how many thousands.
Any idea how far they go back?
The ones here would be to the 16th century.
When you look at the ossuary, what comes to mind?
Mostly I see that this is where I'm going to be. I always like to say these are my future roommates.
There was nowhere for us to go from there. So we headed back to the mainland. The monks invited us to come back any time. And if we do, or if our grandsons or great-grandsons do, after 10 days here, this much we believe. Mount Athos will not have changed at all.
As anyone who's sat through a Thanksgiving dinner can tell you, families can drive you nuts. And if you're bold or crazy enough to go into business together, beware. A recent study found only 15% of family businesses survive the second generation, meaning if the whims of the marketplace don't get you, familial rivalry or plain old-fashioned greed will, which makes the Antinori family of Italy all the more remarkable. They've been in the same line of work for 6 centuries now. The Antinoris make wine, and the family's story reads like something a wine critic might write about their product. Complex, stylish, sophisticated, with a bouquet both elegant and earthy. It's harvest time in the great vineyards of Italy, none greater than the 5,000 acres farmed by the Antinori family. Until recently, Italian business, especially the wine business, was pretty much for men only.
Girls normally in families like ours ended up to be married, possibly happily, and that's it, no need to work.
But Albiera Antinori and her two sisters are the first women in 26 generations to play a major role in the family enterprise. Allegra Antinori.
I feel part of the land, you know. I think I'm owned by that land. It's something very, very strong.
From the fields to the cellars, you'll find the Antinori women at work, hoping, as vintners have for centuries, that this year the balance of sun, soil, and rain will produce a vintage for the ages. Alessia Antinori. People use these wonderful words to describe taste. There's personality. What else?
The elegance. The wine has to be elegant. And so you say, how do you describe elegance? You can't. It's like an elegant woman. How you describe her? It's personal.
You know it when you see
exactly,
it.
Exactly.
Their domain stretches from the legendary vineyards of Tuscany and Umbria to their property in California's Napa Valley. Antinori is perhaps the oldest family business on Earth.
The first document which we have, which proves that an ancestor of mine was involved in the wine production, dates back to 1385.
The patriarch and still the godfather is Piero Antinori. He's 70 and bears the noble title of Marchese. He works behind an antique desk that dates to the Renaissance.
When we have to take some decision regarding the family, we have them here. And my father used to do the same thing.
And in his birthplace, Florence, the city that gave birth to the Renaissance, that flowering of art, science, and the good life, he leads a visitor to a small window to the past. It looks like a confessional. Hundreds of years ago, an Antinori cellar master sat waiting for customers to knock.
The cellar master would pass a bottle of Chianti wine, and he would receive the money back. This has been in operation until a couple of centuries ago.
Recent history by your standards.
Yes, really.
For 623 years, various Antinori have kept the business going despite war, plague, political intrigue, and the shifting tastes of consumers. The family tree shows a bumper crop of Antinori who made their mark, not just in wine, but in every aspect of Italian life.
In business, in politics, in church.
So the family always made sure back then that all bets were covered, correct?
I think it was a bit the concept, yes.
There were poets and priests, rogues and rascals. In 1576, Francesco de' Medici, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, had one Antinori strangled for his undue attentions to Bianca, the Duke's wife. In the 1700s, another Antinori cultivated Pope Clement XII as an important customer. The pontiff, who commissioned the building of Rome's Trevi Fountain, decided to throw a few coins the Antinori's way.
We have some correspondence saying that the Pope used to like very much the wines of our family and he wanted to order more.
A pretty good recommendation, correct? Especially in the 18th century.
Yes, no doubt.
But the family history lining the shelves of the Marchese's office says precious little about the wives and daughters in the Antinori family tree, a fact not lost on Albiera, Allegra, and Alessia. Are there any interesting women in those 26 generations?
I'm sure there are some women, but women in history in the past time, even if, unless they were special, they were not
Considered.
Considered
Yes, exactly.
to be mentioned.
It's true, because when I went to agriculture university in northern Italy, in Milan, we were 2 women, and the rest were all men. Very lucky.
For 6 centuries, command of the Antinori Empire was passed from father to son. But with no male heir, the Marchesa some years ago sold a major stake in the business to Whitbread, a British company whose fortune was based on beer making.
It was the period when I didn't know exactly if my daughters would be interested or not to be involved in the business. And so for me that was a way to guarantee a continuity also to the company.
But the partnership produced mainly grapes of wrath. It was a vintage clash between the foaming suds of quick profits and Piero insisting he'd sell no wine before its time. This marriage of inconvenience ended when Piero bought back the shares, keeping Antinori all in the family.
I think he saw us interested and said, why not? What's wrong with girls? And so took his chance, expecting his daughters to fall in love with the business.
And that they did. Now all 3 travel the countryside and the world, helping to grow, promote, and market Antinori wines. They sold 17 million bottles last year, $200 million worth, making a healthy profit. And though the business now involves spreadsheets and science, the basics still come, as they have for centuries, from down on the farm. Even with all this tradition and history and everything else, the family still regards itself as farmers, yes?
Yes, absolutely. This is our origin. Still now, in modern times, we are basically farmers.
We appreciate the nature and the countryside more than the glamorous city life.
You're 3 country bumpkins.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Well, hardly.
Salud. Cheers.
Elegance is the rule at Palazzo Antinori, the family home in Florence. Since the family's wines must be sampled often to ensure quality control, every lunch at the Palazzo is a kind of business lunch. The Marchesa, his wife Francesca, their daughters and sons-in-law, and the grandchildren all may have a say. Any family arguments at this table? Come on, secrets. I want secrets revealed here.
Yes. Sometimes we start with an argument, but after 3 or 4 glasses of wine...
Everything disappears.
This palazzo has been in the family since 1506, both the headquarters of the business and also the residence of the family.
When an Antinori wishes to seek solace, or a place for quiet contemplation, or even a place to confess his earthly sins, it's hardly difficult. Just leave the Palazzo Antinori, and traffic notwithstanding, cross the Piazza Antinori, and within minutes arrive at the Cappella Antinori, the Antinori family chapel, where they might visit the tomb of Alessandro Antinori, one of the founders of the dynasty, and perhaps a nod to any number of Antinoris buried beneath the chapel floor. If wealth and history can buy you one lasting pleasure, it is convenience. Marchese Antinori, for instance, commutes by air to his most famous vineyard, Tignanello, in the Tuscan countryside south of Florence. Here the family developed the red wines for which they're famous. At his villa here, this is the view the Marchese wakes up to every morning.
We have the vineyards and the landscape.
But as the experience with the British partners showed, it's no business for the impatient or for those who have a taste for the quick buck. 10 years can pass from the time a new vine is planted until its wine comes to market.
You have to be patient and to wait until the wine is good enough, the vines are old enough to produce a good wine.
Tignanello is but one of the Antinori postcard-perfect estates. Castella della Sala is another, halfway between Rome and Florence. Here, Albiera went to work after high school, living at the family's grand 14th century castle, but learning the wine trade from the bottom up as a field hand in the vineyards. You got your hands dirty.
Yes, I got my hands dirty. It was the first place where I really started to understand what was going on, I mean, the whole process.
But it's not all dirt and business. There's that other estate, Guado El Tasso, on the Tuscan coast.
I did my own stable, my own training track in the middle of the vineyards. I go riding there every morning. It's beautiful. I love it.
It's a very good life you described. Are you spoiled?
Yes, I am very spoiled, but I think we appreciate what we have.
And they are constantly reminded that in this line of work, nature always has the last word. The Antinori found the 2002 crop wasn't up to par and didn't bother bottling most of it.
You cannot force things, you cannot force nature. If you have a bad vintage, tough luck. We can wake it up for a second before we put it back to sleep.
Every few months, they check on the progress of their wine, fast asleep in the cellars. The verdict, let it sleep a while longer.
You see, it's still very young, very rough, has to stay in there for a little while.
Another family meal, another bottle of wine or two. Every once in a while, someone offers to buy them out, but this farmer and his daughters politely decline, on the theory that if family ownership was good enough in 1385, it's good enough today.
It is really our intention to remain a family business because we think that this is the best solution for us.
For at least another 500 years.
At least.
The Eiger in the Swiss Alps is one of the most forbidding mountains in the world. Locals call it the ogre, and for more than a century, this monster of a mountain has attracted thrill seekers eager to risk their lives on its nearly vertical slopes. More than 60 climbers have frozen or fallen to their deaths. Now, a new breed of daredevil is taking on the Eiger, not by climbing up the mountain, but by plunging down it. When we heard that after years of planning, a new kind of descent was about to be attempted, we went to Switzerland to see firsthand something no one had ever tried before. At 13,000 feet, the icy summit of the Eiger is too steep and rocky to simply ski down.
You ready?
So JT Holmes is training in 3 extreme sports to rocket down more of the Eiger than anyone ever has. Right now, he's practicing one of those sports, speed riding, on a nearby mountain slope with his friend and cameraman, Valentin Deluc. To speed ride, JT is using skis, but he's also attached to a glider-like parachute called a speed wing. It allows him to soar over rocks and ledges impossible to ski.
You're capable of transitioning in and out of flight at will.
So you're both skiing and then you're flying. And then you're skiing a little bit more.
Exactly.
But speed riding will only take JT so far down the Eiger. He'll also ski off a cliff and then free fall the rest of the way, all in one long, non-stop, breathtaking ride.
3 sports, 1 run. And they're my 3 favorite sports, so.
These are the 3 things you love?
Yeah, these are 3 of the things that I love.
JT needs perfect conditions for this dangerous descent, and so far he hasn't been lucky. Weather on the Eiger is unpredictable. Fierce winds whip the slopes and change direction dramatically. JT checks the Eiger every day to see if he can finally head to the summit. The past 2 years, he's had to cancel plans because wind blew the snow off the top of the mountain.
Today the conditions are not right.
Well, yeah, today you can't even see the top of the Eiger, so first of all, you couldn't land a helicopter up there.
How long have you been planning this?
You know, first kind of thoughts of it were upwards of 6 years ago, but really focused on it for 3.
Why is it taking so long?
Be putting your life, you know, in unnecessary risk, so I need the right day.
JT is well aware of the risk. He started out as a professional skier. The steeper the slope, the better.
Ready, set, go!
Now at 35, he makes a living through endorsements and filming his remarkable feats. When we first met him 6 years ago in Norway, he and his daredevil friends were pioneering the use of wingsuits, jumping off mountains and flying at more than 100 miles an hour. But in the last several years, a number of JT's friends and acquaintances have died in wingsuit accidents. Eilif Ruud, who was flying with JT in Norway, was killed in 2012 when he struck a cliff and fell 1,000 feet. JT won't be wingsuit flying off the Eiger. The most dangerous part of his descent will be after he finishes speed riding, when he tries to jettison his skis and free fall down the rest of the mountain. To practice, he makes base jumps without skis off a tiny, slippery piece of rock he calls the mushroom.
I stepped off the helicopter onto the mushroom, and that was fine. I had good grip. But then I took another step, and there was this really thin ice layer. Yeah, it feels more uneven than I remember it.
He's off.
He falls for about 20 seconds, accelerating to 110 miles an hour before opening his parachute.
He's strutting right toward us. The parachute's open. It's a white parachute. He's red. That was amazing. How was it?
Scary.
When JT jumps off the cliff on the Eiger, he'll have his skis on. Properly releasing them is critical.
What's the danger if you can't get the skis off?
You're at risk of an unstable parachute deployment or a snag.
So the biggest danger is that the ski is going to get tangled up in the parachute.
That's the risk.
That risk is foremost in his mind because of what happened to his best friend, Shane McConkey. In 2007, JT and Shane started skiing off mountains, dropping their skis, and then flying away in wingsuits. It was a dangerous combination they found thrilling.
Oh yeah, another wingsuit ski base. Here we go.
But on this jump in Italy in 2009, Shane McConkey's ski release mechanism jammed. He couldn't get his skis to come off. He crashed into the ground at high speed and was killed instantly.
That's how he died. His skis didn't come off.
He couldn't get his skis off, struggled in his wingsuit, and crashed.
When JT is training at the Eiger, he wears a t-shirt with a funny picture of Shane on it.
This Eiger descent?
Without his old friend there to help him, he's turned to new friends. Martin Sherman is an experienced Swiss mountain guide.
They can change very quickly, from good conditions to really nasty.
It can turn bad very quickly.
Oh yeah, and then you're in trouble.
One wrong step and you can plunge off.
You're gone.
Martin and JT are cautious and methodical, making numerous trips up the Eiger to plan in advance every part of the complex descent, particularly this spot where JT will jump, jettison his skis, and begin to free fall.
You're standing there on the top of the mountain. What goes through your mind?
There's two mindsets. You know, there's the Evel Knievel, which is kind of kamikaze, and who knows how it's going to work out, and will you hit the landing ramp or not? And then there's the James Bond. And Bond is composed and dialed, and he uses clever pieces of gear which he developed with Q to, outwit his opponents and pull off tremendous things.
Which one are you?
I'm Bond.
After days of waiting and years of false starts and canceled attempts, on this visit in April, the weather on the mountain suddenly clears. JT decides the time is right. He and his team take a chopper to the Eiger summit.
I'm checking for landmarks on the way up and kind of confirming my line, my path of descent.
So you already have a path of descent in your mind?
It's something that's been memorized.
The Eiger may be a monster of a mountain, but up close, the summit is shockingly small. Here, there is no room for error, no room for the helicopter.
It's not big enough for the helicopter to actually land.
It does what we call a toe-in, where it just puts its nose into the Eiger and it just hovers there.
How big is the area that you're standing on at the top?
The top of the Eiger is pretty small. There is no flat spot. Workable space is 3 ping pong tables.
3 ping pong tables?
Yeah.
That's it?
Something like that, yeah.
A mistake here, one wrong step at 13,000 feet could cost them their lives. JT and his team work for almost an hour. Wearing crampons on their ski boots, they dig trenches with ice axes so they won't fall down the nearly vertical slope. The surface is jagged ice, not powdery snow, and it can easily rip the speed wings.
I don't like how these things grab the lines.
They file down the sharp pieces of ice so they won't snag the speed wing lines. But the wind kicks up, and they have to quickly reposition them. JT decides it's now or never.
Okay, you're good? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go!
JT launches off the summit. Champion speed rider Valentin Deloup quickly follows, videotaping for us with a camera on his helmet. The ride of a lifetime has begun.
That's when you turn your skis downhill. You know, doing that, that's very committing because you point your skis down the Eiger, you're probably not going to stop till the bottom.
One way or the other?
One way or the other.
JT uses the speed wing for much of the descent, flying over outcroppings of rock and icy slopes too steep to ski. He reaches an open slope on the Eiger's western flank and lands. He cuts loose his speed wing so it won't slow him down. Now he relies solely on his skis and skill.
It's black diamond skiing. You're in a really cool place where few people have skied. Really what you're trying to do is just gather as much speed as possible and just propel yourself off the cliff.
The cliff he'll ski off is coming up fast. This is the most dangerous part of JT's descent. There is no stopping. He completes a double backflip to stabilize himself, releases his skis, then free falls. His nylon suit is aerodynamically designed, propelling him forward so he doesn't crash into any rock ledges. He falls nearly 2,000 feet, finally opening his parachute.
Woohoo! Yeah! Yeah, buddy!
He drifts safely to the ground, landing more than a mile below the Eiger's summit.
Whoa, dude! Woo! Oh my God! That was pretty intense, man.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. I don't have words to describe how it felt to go and pull that off after so much time. And, you know, it's kind of a twisted style of having fun, but it was really fun.
If you're too fast, it's a little just kind of scary.
We assumed JT would call it a day after making it down the Eiger in one piece. But after catching his breath and repacking his equipment, he decides to head back to the summit and do the whole run down the mountain once again.
3, 2, 1, go!
His speed ride off the summit goes perfectly. He flies over trouble spots and builds up speed as he approaches the cliff edge. But when he tries to release his skis, one of them won't come off. This is what killed his best friend, Shane McConkey. JT struggles for several agonizing seconds, then finally manages to drop the ski. It's a close call, but it doesn't seem to stop him from enjoying the rest of the ride.
Could you give it up?
I believe that I could, because I don't feel that I'm, addicted to this sort of type of thing, this adrenaline or this sort of high-risk activity.
You're not an adrenaline junkie, you don't think?
Absolutely not. I prefer adrenaline enthusiast. And I truly believe that I don't have to do this, and I truly believe that I enjoy doing this.
That's pretty clear.
The day will come when I tone it down significantly.
But that day's not here yet.
It's not today.
Parts of the country ravaged by Hurricane Florence will slowly dry out and begin to clean up in the coming weeks. Many communities in the Carolinas hadn't yet recovered from Hurricane Matthew 2 years ago. The relentless cycle of disaster, rebuild, repeat, has many coastal residents feeling numb and helpless, and climate scientists say we can expect more frequent, more powerful storms in the future. We heard that the Netherlands, one of the most flood-prone places in the world, almost never floods. Holland is about twice the size of New Jersey and is one of the world's most densely populated countries. Much of it is below sea level, yet the Dutch don't bother with flood insurance. They don't need it. As the U.S. cleans up from Hurricane Florence, we were wondering, do the Dutch have a solution? It was a disaster that unfolded in slow motion. For 4 days, Hurricane Florence crawled up the East Coast, dumping record rainfall, more than 35 inches in North Carolina, flooding thousands of homes and taking dozens of lives. The destruction from Hurricanes Katrina, Sandy, Harvey, and Maria cost hundreds of billions of dollars. Florence is another chapter in a story we know all too well.
Every measure as a protective measure.
We met a Dutchman, Henk Ovink, who says it's time to rewrite America's disaster playbook entirely.
And there's only one opportunity. That is when a disaster hits. It's like an X-ray. It tells you where all your vulnerabilities are and gives you the opportunity to step up and say, we can do better.
Ovink is the world's only water ambassador, a role given to him by the Dutch government.
We need to take action now.
He advises the UN, 35 individual countries, and a dozen U.S. cities. He travels the globe like a missionary, preaching the gospel of flood prevention.
But this is your house.
This is my house.
One of his latest stops was Houston, still recovering from Hurricane Harvey. So what's the biggest challenge in the United States?
You're solution-oriented. You have a collective. When things happen, you come together. You want to build back and repair and be ready when disastrous things happen. But there's not so much a belief that you can actually prevent a disaster from happening.
But how do you go about preventing a disaster like Katrina, Harvey, Sandy? It just doesn't seem possible.
We can't prevent them from happening, but the impact that is caused by the disasters, we can decrease by preparing ourselves. I think the catastrophes we see in the world are all man-made. The storms are perhaps man-caused, and you can debate that. But the catastrophes, because of the storms, those are man-made.
It's a radical statement. We went with him to the Netherlands to learn what shaped his thinking. It's water. Water is everywhere in this country known for its charming canals, picturesque dikes, and windmills. But they're not just quaint tourist attractions. For centuries, the canals and dikes have held back water. The windmills pump it away. Ovink took us up in a helicopter so we could see it from above. From what I can see here, it looks as though the entire country is man-engineered.
Yes.
We flew over Rotterdam, his hometown, so he could show us how the country has been engineered. How much of this city is below sea level?
Almost everything.
When was the last time this flooded?
This doesn't flood.
Because of the precautions you have taken. The Dutch allocate more than $1 billion a year to manage their flood infrastructure. Some of it is massive, like the Maaslandkering storm surge barrier. These are the gates.
Right, they're big.
They're enormous.
It's like an Eiffel Tower, like the Paris Eiffel Tower on its sides, but then two.
Each one the size of the Eiffel Tower. The gates guard one of the largest ports in the world and most of the Dutch population. They don't have hurricanes like we do, but ferocious storms with hurricane-force winds can blow in from the North Sea and push in huge storm surges. When that happens, the two arms seal off the Rhine River and Rotterdam. The gates took 6 years to build and cost $500 million. That's a big investment for something that you've only had to use once or twice since it was built.
$150 billion were lost in New Orleans. I don't think I need to say more. How many people were killed? Sandy, another storm, $70 billion. We don't have those damages.
But they did in the past.
Your Katrina moment was in
53.
1953.
Yeah, but 53 was our real wake-up call. A storm blowing in from over the North Sea from the west.
What happened?
It actually swallowed the southwestern part of the Netherlands. The dams, dikes and levees broke and the water flowed in, taking away lives of almost 2,000 people. A lot of families were ripped apart.
The Dutch still refer to it as the disaster because they haven't had one since. Not a single death from flooding in 65 years. They've learned the lessons of the past well. Dutch engineers calculate how high and strong dikes and dams must be to withstand the most extreme weather, a 1 in 10,000 storm. Rotterdam is at the forefront of defensive design. This basketball court can hold 450,000 gallons of storm runoff. This sloping park atop a shopping center is a storm surge barrier. And this world-class rowing facility doubles as a flood reservoir. The Dutch pride themselves on blending form and function.
So what is this place? These look like dunes.
They are
but
dunes.
I take it this is
Man-made.
the Netherlands, so it's not just dunes.
No, these are man-made dunes.
Henk Ovink took us to one of his favorite projects along the North Sea. The beach town of Katwijk was vulnerable until Dutch engineers created these natural-looking dunes. Many beaches in the U.S. have man-made dunes, but they are nothing like this.
And these dunes protect the town from a sea surge or a big storm.
Sea surge, storm, and also we incorporate sea level rise of the future.
They also integrated urban planning to unclog Katwijk streets when tourists flock to the beach and to raise the height of the dunes to 25 feet above sea level. Engineers built a parking garage.
Under the dunes?
Under the dune.
So under this whole stretch, it looks like, I don't know, several football fields.
Yes.
Under all of this is a parking garage.
Almost 700 cars can park here.
Could a structure like this have saved New Jersey beach communities from Sandy?
Yes, it could.
You might call the Netherlands the storm drain of Europe. Several major rivers empty here. When France and Germany flooded like this 2 years ago, most of that water ended up in the Netherlands. But towns and cities in Holland weren't inundated, largely because of something the Dutch are doing that defies logic. They are lowering dikes and dams along some rivers.
Rivers are living elements in a landscape, and they become bigger when there's more water and become smaller when there's less. And they need to have that capacity.
So you went from flood control to controlled flooding.
Yeah.
You have to let some places flood so you can keep other places dry?
Yeah.
The Dutch call it room for the river.
So this is where your old house was?
Yeah.
Vic Gremmer, a social worker in the village of Werkendam, personally had to make room for the Merwede River. Hundreds of people like him had to move so their property could be used as floodplains.
So the government comes and asks you to leave. Did you have a choice?
Not really. We had a choice to leave or stay, but on their conditions.
The conditions? He could remain in the area, but had to sell the family home to the government. He used the money to build a new house on higher ground.
What did you think of that when they tore your house down?
But the old house, there are 25 years of memories. It's really the end of... I'll get emotional.
But he said he did it for the greater good. Allowing the swollen river to pool in this new floodplain could save thousands of people from flooding downstream in Rotterdam.
The idea of moving people out of the floodplains in the U.S., we'd be talking about millions of people. That would be a really tough sell.
You pay for people to be in the most vulnerable places of your country. There's a national flood insurance program that is going bankrupt. You pay disaster bills every year. In the rebuilding, it's costing a lot of money. It's wasted.
That waste seems built into our disaster DNA. In the U.S., FEMA deals with natural disasters. Its primary mission is not to prevent, but to respond. FEMA helps disaster victims build back, usually the same structure in the same place.
People's apartments were flooded, people's businesses, our critical infrastructure, all of our substations, so we had no power.
Dawn Zimmer was mayor of Hoboken, New Jersey, when Hurricane Sandy hit 6 years ago. She told us the city of 55,000 people right across the Hudson River from Manhattan was almost entirely underwater.
In some neighborhoods, 10 feet of water?
10 feet of water, yes. And there was fish in people's apartments. It was waste, it was oil, it was a toxic mix in our city.
She said Hoboken got money from FEMA to put things back pretty much the way they were, but she wanted to rebuild smarter.
It doesn't help for me to have a fire station is individually protected, but there's water all around it. That fire station won't be able to help anyone in the middle of a storm. It just doesn't make sense.
So why can't you just get the money and use it as you see best?
That's just not the way it works.
She says that's when Henk Ovink entered the picture. Sean Donovan, then Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, tapped Ovink for President Obama's Hurricane Sandy task force. The two came up with an idea for an international design competition to fix what Sandy had destroyed, following the Dutch philosophy, rebuild differently for the future. Ovink helped convince the federal government to cough up almost $1 billion for it.
You know, in the U.S., that sounds kind of crazy.
Yeah.
$1 billion for a competition to rebuild. Something like that had never been done before.
Never been done in this capacity, so they also had to believe my blue eyes and my story, and saying, okay, we believe this young man coming from the Netherlands. Let's work with him.
A proposal that will protect Hoboken and its neighbors was awarded $230 million of the competition money. A Dutch design team came up with the winning plans, with a Dutch twist. A storm surge defense disguised as a park with a boathouse. Benches and outdoor seating as barriers to keep the Hudson from drowning the city again. Coming up with the plan was the easy part. Convincing residents to go along was much harder.
There were people that were calling out, like, give back the money.
So let me get this clear, that even after the devastation of Sandy, people were not convinced that they needed flood protection?
People are really concerned, for example, about their property values. What would the property values of Hoboken be if we're flooded on a regular basis and our entire city is destroyed?
After consulting with the community, the plans were amended, and most residents got on board. Hoboken plans to break ground next year. It could be the first test for Ovink's vision in the U.S.
It's going to move forward, and I'm very confident that when that next storm hits, because it's going to hit, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and we will be prepared, and we will be a model to show that this approach can work.
It's a choice in the end. It's a human choice. We can think about that future as an opportunity, or close our eyes and do nothing and let it happen to us, and see more death and despair, more assets and people lost.
This past August, President Biden signed a sweeping climate bill into law, making wind power a priority, specifically offshore wind power. The goal is to capture the force of the wind in the open seas and convert it to power 10 million American homes by 2030. We have a long way to go. There are only 7 offshore wind turbines off the coast of the United States, compared to nearly 6,000 in Europe. Critics say they're expensive to build and maintain, unpredictable, and ugly. We wanted to see for ourselves, so we went to the largest offshore wind farm in the world along the northeast coast of England to discover the power of Grimsby. As you fly 200 miles north of London, along the coast, you can see the town of Grimsby below. 55 miles east of her port.
Morning, we are on our way to the Hornsey Wind Park, film crew on board.
You can't miss them. Elegant and a little eerie, white giants poking out of the North Sea like something out of a science fiction novel.
Inbound to the Hornsey Wind Park with 6 PLB.
This is the largest crop of offshore wind turbines in the world, known as the Hornsey Wind Farm. It is hypnotizing. More than 300 turbines spread across 335 square miles generate enough electricity to help power more than 2 million homes a day.
Beautiful day. Yeah, beautiful day.
To understand the power, size, and upkeep of this evolving technology, we geared up on land and traveled 90 minutes on the heaving North Sea with 24-year-old Bridie Salmon. Her job is to scale and service the turbines. My job, with the help of a little anti-nausea gum, was to simply hold down my lunch.
This is choppy out here.
Yeah, it is. How are you feeling?
I feel okay. It's more important, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Like I say, I'd like to think I've got my sea legs on.
Yeah.
So,
When your last name is Salmon, negotiating rough waters is sort of in your DNA. Bridie's great-grandfather worked on the Grimsby docks. Her dad owns this 100-year-old smoked fish shop in town. Bridie was bartending when she decided to apply to an apprentice program to be a turbine technician. She was one of 7 people selected from a pool of 500.
Should we have a look around here then, guys?
The apprentice program combines classroom instruction,
got a big drill bit on the bottom and it's spinning,
with hands-on work at sea. But we soon learned that Mother Nature is a temperamental teacher.
The weather here is ever changing.
Yeah, we're holding on for our dear lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the North Sea. It's not something we can control, so every day is different, and it can change like that. So it's just part and parcel of the job. Anything to get these things turning. This is the environment for wind turbines. It's got to be windy.
As we approached the turbines, we suddenly felt small.
You don't get a sense of how large things are until you're right up under this.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, so at the very top, the nacelle, all the way to the top of the blades is half the size of the Eiffel Tower, which is pretty massive. And because you've got nothing normal to compare it to, like a building, you just see these in the distance, and then you're here, and they're pretty bloody huge.
Translation, they're nearly 600 feet high with spinning fiberglass blades, roughly the length of the world's largest passenger jet. Each blade weighs almost 30 tons. The turbines are partially assembled on shore, then shipped out to sea, where each blade is attached with surgical precision to the top of the turbine. Every angle has to be perfect to generate maximum power. Once installed, keeping them spinning is critical. Offshore wind engineers say one revolution can power one home in the UK for 24 hours. And that's where Bridie comes in.
It's raining.
Yeah.
It's windy.
Yeah. Can't wait. Just another day in the office.
All right.
In choppy waters, Captain Peter Broughton has to find the sweet spot, maintaining constant contact between the bow and base.
Traffic signal lines.
Some days the winds are so high and seas so rough, the job can't be done. On this day, success.
Right, I'll see you later.
Okay,
bye.
Be careful.
Bridie harnesses herself to a cable.
Happy?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Leaps to a ladder, and begins the climb rung by rung, 8 stories to the top.
Seawind Alliance, B1, radio check.
On a narrow platform hanging over the North Sea, she makes her rounds.
The lights are working.
Carefully inspecting and servicing the turbine. A job not for the faint of heart.
I'm gonna pop this in here.
What was that like the first time you made that climb?
Oh, exhausting. Exhausting, yeah. It was because you've got all your safety kit on as well, so you've probably got about 10 kilograms of harnesses and claws, and you've got to be clipped in, so you've got that friction of climbing.
I would imagine it would be kind of scary.
Yeah, really scary. I remember there was one day, it was super windy, so we were up there and the top of the tower is moving. So you've got the seasickness, the motion sickness from the sea, and then the top of the tower is moving. So all day you're rocking, and it was cold and windy, and I remember coming back on shore, I was just rocking. I was like, I'm on land now, I don't need to rock, but it's pretty scary.
Benj Sykes says those kinds of extraordinary efforts are needed in extraordinary times. Sykes is the vice president of offshore wind at Ørsted, a Danish-based global energy supplier that runs the Hornsea wind farm.
You know, we have a cost of energy crisis in Europe and in Britain at the moment. That's driven by the pandemic, but also, of course, by the terrible situation in Ukraine. And all of that adds up to a real drive to find clean, cheap energy solutions.
About 5 years ago, Ørsted decided to sell off its oil and gas business and focus on renewable energies. Grimsby, a depressed fishing town, became the unlikely backdrop to Europe's clean energy movement.
Why here? Why Grimsby?
It's got a good port, and it's geographically really well located, physically, in terms of the water depth, in terms of the wind resource, and of course, places to connect to the national grid so that we can get that power to homes and businesses.
Long before Russia's invasion of Ukraine set off the energy crisis, the UK had a strategy to use 100% clean or renewable electricity by 2035.
When you talk about clean energy, you talk about solar, hydropower, biofuels. What makes offshore wind unique?
Offshore wind is really the only project in most countries where you can build it at the kind of power station scale that we need. If I think about the projects we're building here in the UK, that's almost 3 gigawatts, and that's broadly speaking the output of a nuclear power station. So we're talking large-scale infrastructure projects. Most of Europe is too populated to fit very, very large wind farms or solar farms, so that's why we've gone offshore.
One big criticism is costs. They're expensive to construct, to transmit, and to decommission. Is that cost passed on to consumers?
So that's simply wrong. Offshore wind power is one of the cheapest forms of electricity generation in the UK. We privately fund it together with investment partners that we bring in.
Privately you fund that?
Yeah, there's no public exposure to the costs of building offshore wind. And I think the thing that's made the most difference is the fact that we've had political consensus now for more than a decade, and that's given investors confidence to step in and put the big money on the table to get these projects away.
Gas and nuclear still make up a majority of the power supply flowing into UK homes and businesses, but this year 13% of Britain's energy has come from offshore wind. Only China produces more offshore wind power than the UK. Here's how it works. Wind turns the blades around a shaft inside the turbine, which spins a generator. Energy then travels down, going 300 feet beneath the water surface to cables buried under the seabed, connecting to an offshore substation, then to a power station on land, where that electricity created out at sea is transferred into homes and businesses, inviting the question, what happens if the wind stops blowing?
Using satellites and other technology, we can predict extremely accurately how much we're going to generate over the next days, which enables those who operate the grid to make very clear plans about where's demand going, where's supply going. I mean, if I look at the turbines that we've got out in Hornsea, they're operating 98-99% of the time.
This is Grimsby's second act. Through the 1950s to 1970, the town hosted the largest fishing fleet in the world, with 700 trawlers, awash in cash, and a port fit for a visit from the Queen.
Oh, it was absolutely brilliant. The camaraderie, because you can say nearly 100% of the population would be associated with the fishing industry in some way.
Dennis Avery and Bob Formby were part of the town's fishing tradition.
What was it like?
No, it's a tough job. It's work from sailing till you get back in the port again. Working in the winter around Iceland and them places was pretty severe. But it's the kind of job that I would do again tomorrow.
In those days, you had two choices. You worked on the docks or you went to sea. Decker navigator.
Avery captained this hulking steel fishing trawler, the Ross Tiger, for 8 years.
If you caught a good trip and you're steaming home back to Grimsby with a fish room full of fish, you know, it's a marvellous feeling.
That marvelous feeling ended when Iceland, Britain's neighbor to the north, began enforcing fishing restrictions in their cod-rich waters.
Fish to Grimsby may shrink to a trickle.
What did you see happen in town when that happened?
Gosh, it was a disaster, to be quite honest, because everybody was involved some way in fishing. Like taxi drivers, the pubs, the dress shops and places like that. They all suffered.
You know, once the fishing sort of went, it all sort of died a death.
Wind power has breathed new life into Grimsby. Offshore energy company Ørsted says it's created over 500 jobs here and invested $11 billion in local wind farms. But there are plenty of people who worry the environmental impact of the wind turbines hasn't been sufficiently studied, and others say the industry has not created the number of jobs they've promised. But the concern of these retired fishermen is more practical.
We're not seeing benefits.
Your electricity bill hasn't gone down?
No, it's gone up, if anything. When they said about them, how we're going to get cheap electricity and it's going to be, you know, green and everything, but I can't see any benefits, to be quite honest.
But has your electricity bill gone down?
Try double. It's doubled.
There are people who said, yeah, we've got all these turbines, but our electricity bill hasn't gone down a cent.
Yeah, I mean, it is a real challenge that. It's going to take time because we need to build more offshore wind.
So you think if there's more offshore wind, prices could go down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fearing the war in Ukraine could lead to blackouts this winter, the UK government announced more drilling for oil and gas in the North Sea. They will also speed up the time it takes for new offshore wind projects to get online. Ben Sykes told us that over the next 8 years, Ørsted plans to invest another $17 billion in wind farms and add more than 300 jobs in Grimsby.
You know, the fishing industry was fantastic for Grimsby. That era has passed. What we want to do is to be part of creating the next chapter of Grimsby's life and of the country's life as we build out.
A chapter Bridie Salmon is very much a part of.
So that's gone from Grimsby being the fishing town to the powerhouse of the north, which is an amazing transition.
Proud of it?
So proud of it. And to be a part of it, it's amazing.
A town's future and fortune once again tied to the sea.
Australia is burning. An area about as large as West Virginia has been blackened by the fires, and according to a University of Sydney scientist, it's estimated 1 billion animals have died. The blazes are bigger than the ones that torched California and the Amazon, events that took place on different continents, but are part of the same story: global climate change. It's a story not just of fire, but water. Before climate scientists worried about Australia burning, they warned that Venice, Italy, is drowning. Man's most beautiful artifact, built on millions of pylons in the middle of a lagoon, may be vanishing before our eyes. The periodic floods of Venice have become more threatening and more frequent. This past November, a sudden storm surge overwhelmed nearly 90% of the city. Climate scientists say what happened that night exactly 2 months ago in Venice is a warning to the world of what's to come, and not just in Venice. Ever since the 5th century, Venice has depended on the water for survival. This improbable Italian city, knit together between islands, used water as a barrier against invaders to become a jewel of the world. Then came the night of November 12th. Streets ran like rivers. Squares became swimming pools. It was Venice's second highest tide ever recorded, more than 6 feet above sea level. Wind from a storm barreling up the Adriatic Sea accelerated from 6 miles an hour to 70 in less than 15 minutes. When the surge was over, the destruction totaled $1 billion.
it's enough. And now I say to myself the other night with the water until my almost underpants downstairs, I mean, this is ridiculous. We can't be like this. The power of the water was so strong that...
Toto Bergamo Rossi is known as Venice's unofficial mayor. A descendant of an ancient Venetian family, he is a director of the Venice Heritage Foundation.
I feel like I'm the doctor of this kind of old patient, and I have to do it. I have to check, I have to help.
If Venice is a patient, is it time to call the ambulance?
Now I think it's like, how you call that kind of department? They put you the mask and you are...
the intensive care unit.
Intensive care, exactly. Now we are in intensive care, completely.
But it wasn't just one flood. For days in November, Venetians woke to the sound of tones, warning of more record-breaking tides. Venice has always been vulnerable. The city is also slowly sinking. But the water is rising higher and more frequently. 3 of the 8 highest tides in Venice's recorded history occurred just in November. This is becoming the new normal. And waterlogged Venetians wonder how much more this ancient city can take.
The frequency, it's like an earthquake. When there are too many, then it means something is happening. I see it as an opportunity to wake up the world.
Luigi Brugnaro, a conservative and former businessman, is Venice's elected mayor. Are you convinced that the recent water rise, the frequency of the water rise, is the result of man-made climate change?
Yes, of course. Yes, these are the effects of climate change.
These extreme events are damaging many of Venice's masterpieces, like the 900-year-old Basilica of St. Mark, known as the Church of Gold. Its marble floors were swamped on November 12th, and downstairs water buried the crypt for only the second time ever. The water receded but left behind salt, which Italians call the cancer because it eats away at mosaics and foundations. Pierpaolo Campostrini, who helps manage the basilica, pled for his church and his city.
I'm emotional. I'm also a bit angry about this.
Who are you angry at?
It's a fault of my generation. So I don't want to leave to my children this responsibility. My generation should act.
This past November, Venice nearly lost another of its gems.
This is the most beautiful theater all around the world.
At La Fenice, where Verdi debuted his operas La Traviata and Rigoletto, November's flood hit days before the season opener. Once the danger was over, Fortunato Ortombina,
and these,
La Fenice's artistic director, relived the drama of the panic backstage.
Can you imagine this tube with the water coming out like a fountain? It was completely under the water.
And it's never supposed to have any water.
No. If the water arrives on the cable, on the line where you have electricity, it explodes. It explodes.
Miraculously, it didn't. And with vacuums running around the clock, the water went down so the curtain could go up. The opening scene from Verdi's Don Carlo, a prayer for the dead.
Venice is facing an existential threat, essentially, to the city as it has been.
You say Venice is dying. Those are the stakes for you.
Those are the stakes, and that's exactly...
Michael Oppenheimer is a professor of geosciences at Princeton University. He was a lead author of a landmark report for the United Nations on climate change that found coastal cities are increasingly at risk from sea level rise. When people look at Venice and what is happening in Venice, more floods, faster and higher, what message should they take for the rest of the world?
The rest of the world should take the message that this is what the situation is going to look like in many places that they live in. Venice is just, as everybody says, the canary in the coal mine. It's happening there now.
Climate change, Oppenheimer says, is the major reason we'll see more floods for the ages across the globe, like the one that hit Venice 2 months ago.
Sea level is rising almost everywhere on Earth. Not only is sea level rising, the rise is accelerating. It's happening faster and faster.
How much faster is that pace quickened?
So by the year 2050, which is only 30 years into the future, many places around the world, including in the US, are going to experience the historical once-in-a-100-year flood level once a year or more frequently. let me repeat that, an event that used to cause severe flooding once a century, we're going to get that same water level once a year.
What cities are we talking about?
Places like Los Angeles, San Diego, Key West, Miami, Jacksonville, Savannah, Honolulu.
But at least there's a plan to defend Venice. We headed out to one of the 3 inlets where the tides from the Adriatic Sea flow into the lagoon that surrounds the city. This is where Venetians hope that a controversial project called Moses will part the waters. More than 30 years in the making, Moses is supposed to deploy 78 retractable gates to block exceptional high tides, as this animation illustrates. Construction finally began in 2003, but corruption scandals and engineering challenges have delayed Moses years past its due date. After all the tests are done, when are you saying that Moses will be ready?
It's now planned by the end of 2021.
In a tunnel 60 feet below sea level, we met Alessandro Soru, the project's lead engineer. So how many days a year was it planned that Moses would be used?
Say an average of 10 days a year.
But the fear is if the Adriatic continues to rise past projections, the Moses gates may have to be raised nearly every day by the middle of this century. It was not designed for that kind of wear and tear. The worst flood in Venice's history happened in 1966. It was only a few inches higher than this past November's. Back in '66, experts said the flood was a once-in-800-year event. Nonetheless, thousands of Venetians left for good.
It really was the major historic turning point in the recent history of the city. And we thought that something like that would not happen again.
Shaul Bossi is a product of that flood. A professor of English literature at Venice's Ca' Foscari University, his parents met when his mother went to Venice to help the flood victims. They stayed, but how many will now that the seasonal high tides known as acqua altas are getting worse? Explain how it was different this time from previous acqua altas.
So I think that people now feel far more vulnerable. We're hearing the sirens now. Acqua alta is coming back. You see, this is what's happening. It's happening every day now. It's never happened like that. You know, it happens 1, 2, 3 days. Now it's like over a week that every day we have that. This is new.
When you hear the sirens, does that take you back?
And so now it really makes me feel very nervous.
During our 8 days in Venice, we found the city on edge because the water keeps defeating the accommodations residents have already made to it.
The real threat, as far as I'm concerned, is that they may actually push even more people away and would live the city as a kind of ghost town or as a beautiful empty museum.
The ground floors in this stooped and shrinking city have already been abandoned. Life is lived on the first story and above. Artisans like Saverio Pastor, one of the last who patiently crafts oarlocks for the city's gondolas, are becoming scarce. While residents weigh moving out, the tourists keep marching in, donning neon booties and learning to walk on water, or in single file on the hastily assembled footbridges that lace through what may be a doomed city. To give Venice a future, its mayor wants to turn the city into a world laboratory to combat climate change.
Facciamolo qua. Why don't we do it here? Let's do it here. Let's study it here.
E facciamolo sull'acqua.
Let's study the water. Let's study the pollution, the rising waters, the temperature.
Proprio un esempio.
It could be an example of great mobilization at a world level.
Is the message to the rest of the world, if you don't save Venice, it will happen to you next?
Io non voglio preoccupare nessuno.
I don't want to worry anybody, but I think I'd like a different message. Let's save Venice to save the world.
Venice has survived before. Every November, Venetians flock to the Santa Maria della Salute church, which was built to commemorate the end of the 17th century plague that killed 50,000 citizens. This year's ceremony in the wake of the flood had a special resonance.
The festival is a festival about survival.
Was it more well attended this year than it would have been in the past?
Absolutely. I think that it was more heartfelt. I think a lot of people this time felt, this might not be there forever. I think this is what has perhaps changed, that a lot of us are feeling, well, we cannot take this for granted.
What would be lost is a city where so much of the art interprets the natural beauty of light that arrives twice a day, once from the sun and once as it is reflected back off the water. But Venice is no longer just something beautiful to look at. Its fragility is a warning to the rest of the planet that this ancient city is under pressures from forces it cannot control. Venice is not alone. In a world of warming temperatures and sea level rise, no place is an island.
Just a couple of shavings of black truffles from France, known as black diamonds, can cost hundreds of dollars in a restaurant in Paris. White truffles from Italy can cost more than 3 times as much. Truffles are a fancy, delicious delicacy, some say an aphrodisiac, and ounce for ounce the most expensive food in the world. If you go to France and Italy, as we did, you learn quickly that truffles are under siege because they're becoming scarce. They're being trafficked like drugs, stolen by thugs, and threatened by inferior imports from China.
He found one already? Where? He found one? Oh my God. Oh, smell that.
In the beautiful Italian province of Perugia, truffle hunters roam the frosty hills with their trained dogs, who sniff out these lumpy mushrooms when they're ripe, one at a time, as they have for centuries.
Wow.
Truffles grow wild underground, usually at the base of an oak tree. They used to use pigs, but they ate the truffles.
Very rich American people, they only see truffles on the table of a very elegant restaurant. They don't see this. Now you know why they are expensive, right?
Olga Urbani may be the only person in the world who goes truffle hunting in a full-length fur coat and a Caribbean tan. But in the truffle business, she can pretty much do what she wants.
Olga, yeah!
Her company, Urbani, controls 70% of the world's truffle trade.
When you find the truffles, it's like to have a miracle.
Another one. Other countries, including the U.S., have tried cultivating truffles with only limited success.
Oh, another one?
It's the combination of European red soil and rainy summers that produce an especially rich, earthy flavor. The price these truffles command make hunters act like they're mining for gold.
So this is $1,000? Just right there is $1,000.
And it's why the hunters value their dogs more than just about anything.
He said, I really love my wife, but the dog.
These truffles will go right to the Urbani factory, where they're washed, sorted, and either frozen or canned or flown fresh to fancy restaurants like New York's DB Bistro Moderne, home of the $150 hamburger smothered with truffles. A few shavings on pasta can run you even more. At an auction in Macau in 2010, this 2-pound white truffle sold for $330,000, a record amount. It's not like agriculture. People don't put a seed in the ground.
No.
And they're a fungus.
They're underground fungus.
So the farmer really can't make it happen.
No, they can't do anything. We can't do anything. You're always on the phone, many telephones, saying, sorry, I don't have. And I wish I had 100 tons a day to make everybody happy.
In France, the truffle is so revered that in the village of Uzès, a special mass is held in its honor. Churchgoers not only put money in the collection plate, they also add truffles. There's a reason for the special prayers. Because of climate change, the harvests are down from an annual haul of 2,000 tons of truffles 100 years ago to just 30 tons today. The scarcity and high prices have attracted elements of organized crime who've turned the truffle trade into something resembling the drug trade.
Mais en réalité, derrière The reality is, behind the popularity of the truffle lies a dangerous world.
My house is your house.
One of Europe's most famous truffle connoisseurs is the larger-than-life French chef and restaurateur known simply as Bruno. Is it like the mafia?
Yes.
Really?
It's good, a good name.
Well, explain.
It's very difficult to explain because it's very dangerous for me.
At Bruno's restaurant in the heart of Provence, wealthy Europeans helicopter in from Paris and Monaco just to eat lunch. Bruno goes through about 5 tons of truffles a year, which his chefs shave on everything from potatoes to this amazing lobster dish. But Bruno says the growing black market has led to people coming to his place not just to eat truffles, but to steal them. The robbers came and got your truffles.
Yes, they stole 200 kilos of truffles.
200 kilos from you.
They didn't steal my money, they stole my truffles.
Some of the stolen truffles, we were told, are brought to markets like this one in Richerange, where middlemen sell out of the backs of cars or trucks. But large quantities change hands in back alleys. We witnessed this transaction where the buyers and sellers wanted their identities hidden. In less than a minute, 50 pounds of truffles were exchanged for 30,000 euros, about $40,000, with no questions asked about where the truffles came from.
There's a problem of confidentiality and secrecy, and that encourages a mafia-like attitude.
Michel Tournay, a third-generation truffle farmer, says that local trufflers have been carjacked, beaten with baseball bats, and even killed. Thieves came and stole his truffles, his trees, and worse, his dogs. When they took your dogs, what did you do?
I looked for them all over Europe. I found a world I didn't know about. It's a world that's rotten to the core.
Did you find your dogs?
Never.
Never. But it's not criminals or climate change that worry the trufflers the most. It's China. For years, Chinese farmers used truffles as feed for their pigs. That was until a businessman supposedly said, "The hell with the pigs, let's feed the French," even if the taste of a Chinese truffle leaves something to be desired. Let's talk about the Chinese truffle. What?
Catastrophique.
Catastrophic?
Et la truffe chinoise, ça vaut rien.
The Chinese truffle is worthless.
Pas de parfum, no parfum.
No perfume, you couldn't smell
No
it,
parfum.
nothing.
Troisièmement, pas de goût.
No taste?
No.
If I went
No,
to China and took it out of the ground, still wouldn't taste as good.
No, it's like eating wood.
She says that's because of the way truffles in China are farmed. Unlike in France, where dogs smell when a truffle is ripe, the Chinese rake at the earth with no dogs, as a CBS News producer in China discovered, and harvest the truffles the minute they find them, which explains why, while the two truffles look the same, the price is drastically different.
Prices of winter truffles is about $1,000 a pound. A pound of Chinese, maybe $20, $30. There are many people, bad people, who mix them. So maybe they put a 30% of Chinese, 70% of...
And they think you won't see it? On the day we were at the Urbani factory, sorters found a number of Chinese truffles mixed in with that day's purchases. They were separated out into specially marked red baskets. More and more Chinese truffles are slipped in with the good French or Italian strains. Experts say it's like cutting flour into cocaine. But look, your own farmers around here, or your own middlemen, are putting the Chinese in with your truffles. You're telling us you have to be on guard, not from the Chinese, but from your own people.
Yeah,
and then you're selling them.
I know.
Food importers and middlemen are bringing 28 tons of Chinese truffles into France a year. And many are being passed off as the real thing in some French restaurants. Michel Tournay says he's brought home some slices from his dinners out.
Voilà, regarde.
and studied them under a microscope in his lab at home to check their origin. It does look different. Tournay has tried to blow the whistle on the restaurants that sell Chinese truffles at French prices, but the police have more important matters on their plate and rarely do anything about it. 28 tons of Chinese truffles come into France every year. Where do they go?
I think I know where they go, but I'm not going to tell you.
If you tell me you're in trouble, is what you're saying. They'll hurt you.
Everybody's in danger in this business.
So we began to look for Chinese truffles ourselves. We found this product that is exported to the U.S. On the front of the can, it says Black Winter Truffles, product of France, while on the back, in small print, it says Tuber indicum, the Latin name for Chinese truffles. When we showed one of the cans to the Urbanis at a kitchen at their headquarters, it seemed to ruin their lunch.
This makes us crazy. This destroys all the tradition of the truffle. It's an entire life that goes in the garbage. It's unbelievable.
American law doesn't require a distinction between varieties of truffles, and this product does sell for considerably less than the best of France. But American consumers are being deceived into thinking they're getting the finest quality at a bargain price. The owner of this brand is Pierre-Jean Pepper. This is your company, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we found this in the United States.
Yes.
Okay, so this says Black Winter Truffles.
Yes.
But it's Chinese.
It's Chinese, yes. This is the tin. It's a French product. The truffles, if I make the tin in China, it's a Chinese truffles.
I'm stunned. He was saying that since the truffles are packaged here, he can legally write product of France on the label. It feels like I'm being tricked into thinking I'm buying French truffles. You know?
Yes, I understand. But
and there's another problem. Spores from the Chinese truffles are infecting the European soil and taking it over the way the kudzu weed has taken over parts of our own southeast. It began to happen in Italy, so the Italians made importing Chinese truffles illegal, and there's a move in France to do the same.
They are putting into danger the crown jewel of French gastronomy. If one day by accident our plantation starts producing Chinese truffles, we are dead.
The great fear for Michel Tournay and the other trufflers in France is that the Chinese will do to their precious delicacy what they have done to Louis Vuitton bags, produce a knockoff that looks the same but is of lower quality. But in this case, it could just put them out of business.
Every now and then, just for the fun of it, we decide to go off to some obscure place that you've never heard of and are not likely to visit. Tonight, we're taking you to Eigg, or the People's Republic of Eigg, as it's jokingly referred to, in Scotland, a country where half the privately held land is owned by fewer than 500 people. A lot of it is tied up in huge estates owned by lairds, who often run them as fiefdoms. 20 years ago, after 2 centuries of servility, the people of Eigg drove away their laird and seized control of their own destiny, establishing the first community-owned estate in Scotland's history. We wanted to see what they've made of it. Just 3 miles wide, 6 miles long, and 10 miles off the Scottish coast, Eigg is part of the Inner Hebrides, surrounded by the Isles of Rum, Muck, and Skye at the edge of the North Atlantic. It's an ungroomed masterpiece of nature, too wild to tame, a craggy isle of incredible beauty populated mostly by sheep and the dogs that keep track of them. The people do their best to stay clear while taking everything in.
So what's your average day like?
Some people would say very lazy. I like to think I just make the hard work look easy. All depends on your outlook.
Charlie Galley is the taxi driver on Eigg and the only source of public transportation up and down the island's furrowed main artery. It's a niche he claimed for himself when he arrived from the mainland with his wife in this aging Volvo 4 years ago. Plenty of time to get the feel of the place.
You know everybody on the island?
I know them and their shoe sizes, and like I say, there's no secrets on an island, so...
So what are they talking about this week?
Mainly you.
It's not like they don't get visitors. 12,000 tourists came here last year, most of them to spend only a few hours. There are very few places to stay. We were going to be here for days, asking questions about Eigg's quirky history. And everyone directed us to Maggie Fife, the island's secretary, who landed here 41 years ago after touring Afghanistan in a camper.
I never imagined that I would spend the rest of my life here.
Does that mean you like it?
I think so, yeah.
It was 1976, just after the entire island had been purchased by a wealthy English toff named Keith Schellenberg, who became the 7th Laird of Eigg.
Welcome to Eigg.
Under Scotland's feudal landlord system, he had absolute power over virtually every aspect of his estate.
What kind of impact did he have on people's lives?
He had that control over everything, and people, jobs, houses, and he wouldn't give anybody a lease on anything.
By all accounts, Schellenberg used the island as his personal playground, lavishly entertaining guests and driving about in a 1927 Rolls-Royce, while most of his tenants lived in poverty without electricity.
Was there a rebellion?
Eventually, yeah.
It started with a slow burn that burst into flames one night in 1994, when Schellenberg's beloved Rolls-Royce met a fiery end, burnt to a crisp like a slice of bacon under circumstances still unexplained.
A mysterious fire, spontaneous combustion, who knows?
So did you ever figure out what happened to the Rolls-Royce?
No.
Headline writers all over Britain couldn't believe their luck. There was scrambled egg, burnt rolls, and egg comes to the boil. It went on for a year until Schellenberg gave up, expressing his disdain for the islanders in this BBC interview.
I think that my ultimate failure with Eigg is that I can't be bothered to try and get on with them anymore.
His final act was to sell the island to a wacky German who called himself Maruma and claimed to be an artist of note and a professor. He turned out to be neither. Up to his beret in debt, Maruma stopped paying people's wages, and within 2 years, creditors put Eigg up for auction. Maggie Fife and others thought, why not buy the island for ourselves?
By the time we got to Maruma, and 2 years of somebody that was living in Stuttgart and had only visited for 4 days, it had convinced everybody that we wouldn't have to do very much to do better than what he'd done, which was nothing.
No one in Scotland had ever tried a community buyout before, certainly not 64 residents on a depressed, undeveloped island with no cash or credit. But lots of people were familiar with their story and fancied the idea of wee folk taking on the big guys. In 1997, a public fundraising campaign brought in $2.5 million to close the deal. The funds came from 10,000 individual contributors and one huge check from an unknown woman.
The bulk of the money came from a mystery benefactor.
A mystery benefactor? Sounds like Dickens.
It's a pretty crazy story, really.
You don't know who she is?
The only string attached was that she remained anonymous.
She ever been to the island?
Not as far as I know.
Do you know why she did it?
I think she's given money to a lot of what she regards as good causes, and we were lucky enough to be one of them.
That was 20 years ago. The Eggers and their friends marked the 2 decades of self-rule with a big blowout they call a ceilidh, with traditional music, dancing, and drink. We decided to cancel the next day's shoot to allow time for recovery, but 24 hours wasn't enough.
What time did you leave the ceilidh?
It was about 8 a.m. I think when we finally left, yeah.
How long did it take you to recover?
Probably tomorrow.
Johnny Jobson first experienced egg in his 20s, working on a fishing boat as a scallop diver. Since then, a lot has changed. One, there is electricity now, which allowed him to move his wife and family here last year and edit a sports journal online from their tiny cottage. It's required some sacrifices, but they love the beauty of the place and its eccentricities.
You'll look at the scenery, or you'll see a pod of dolphins come through, and you just remind yourself how lucky you are.
You seem to have a lot of characters on this island.
Yeah.
Were they normal when they came here?
Yeah, not all of us.
Dean Wiggin turned up in a kayak 14 years ago, and he's still here. He's very good at fixing things. Jobs are extremely scarce, so you have to bring one with you or use your wits to invent one.
It's one of those places that really gets into your soul. I think it's quite enchanting.
Sarah Bowden runs her uncle's sheep farm on Eigg. She grew up here, then left to work as a music journalist in London, where she met her future partner, Johnny Lynch, one of Scotland's most popular musicians. She coaxed him to Eigg.
Did you think he was going to come?
Not really. No, because I was living in a caravan at the time, and it was all quite rustic.
Yeah, you did look a bit shocked.
And Johnny's, proper suburban city.
What?
Well, you're not an actual country boy, are you?
If you mean I look after my nails, then yes, I do. But I knew from as soon as I got here, I couldn't really see a reason for me to go back. And just look at me now.
Look at you now.
See if you can spell it.
When it comes to the essentials on Eigg, there is basically one of everything. One primary school for 5 students, one grocery shop where 100 islanders all choose from the same food, and one pub at the tea room down by the wharf, where the best beer is local. Stu McCarthy and Gabe McVarish, who are both married to women who grew up on Eigg, got so tired of drinking the mass-produced stuff from the mainland, they started their own mini microbrewery 2 years ago.
So this is it? Is this legal?
It's legal.
It's legal.
They make 8 different brews, including I Am the Eggman, which is very popular with the tourists. They're just beginning to turn a profit, but say they've saved a lot of money drinking their own beer.
Are you the biggest selling beer on Eigg?
Thankfully, yes. Yeah, we can say that.
None of these younger people would be here without the island's tiny but unique power grid that runs almost entirely on renewable energy, a combination of wind, hydroelectric, and solar, the first time it's ever been accomplished anywhere.
That is the biggest and most impressive project that we've done.
It changed everything, right?
Oh yeah, it's made life so much easier.
It was designed and funded with multiple grants, mostly from the European Union, and engineers from all over the world have come to study it. Like everything else on Eigg, it is run and maintained by revolving committees of islanders, the only visible sign of any sort of government. There are no offices, no court system, no police.
Is there any crime on the island?
There's no crime or anything.
Never?
Not that I can remember.
Nobody's snatched something or borrowed something?
They borrow it, and you'll get it usually within the week, returned to you kind of thing. You just don't know where it is at that point in time when you're looking for it. But it will turn up again. It can't go anywhere. It's on an island, so yeah.
What happens if somebody gets sick?
Well, you basically have to be sick on a Tuesday. The doctor comes from Skye on a Tuesday, spends the day here. And that's sometimes weather permitting, if it's really rough in the winter time.
Eigg is dependent on boats for everything. When a ferry comes in with fuel and food, people flock to the wharf to help out. It's not a courtesy, it's a necessity on an island where everyone is more or less scraping by. To survive, they have to rely on each other, look after each other, and put up with each other. The island is too small for feuds or lingering resentments.
What's the difference between people who live on the mainland and people who live on Eigg?
Well, the people on Eigg, I'd have to say, are more evolved.
Charlie Galley, the taxi driver and amateur philosopher, says most people here have done the whole life on the mainland thing and rejected it.
They're all doing their hamster wheel thing,
Hamster wheel?
Yeah. You get the mortgage, you get a car, you do the job, or you do this and the next thing. And they all get so involved, they forget to look about them and see what's actually going on in life, you know.
You should know Eigg is not always served sunny side up. As the days get shorter, the windy, rainy weather turns to sleet with gusts up to 100 miles an hour. The boats might not get through for a week, so people keep lots of beans and Spam in the storeroom. Even the sheepdogs look forlorn.
If you accidentally open your mouth when a gust of wind's coming, it involuntarily fills your lungs. You're like...
To live here, you have to be resilient, self-sufficient, and patient. And not just with the sheep.
The cows like to go down and lie on the beach, on the sand. And they'll all trail down the road, so you can't argue with a cow, you know. It wants to do what it wants to do, and you've just got to give it plenty of time, you know.
There are no grand ambitions here and no discernible interest in development, despite the sea, the cliffs, and the vistas. The owners don't want hotels or a Donald Trump golf course or hundreds of new residents.
I think we're looking for one or two at a time. I think that's how it works here. Then it works a lot better. And we've got time to get used to new people.
We would have liked to stay longer in this stress-free, non-conflict zone where everyone seems to be more or less on the same page. But we were out of clean laundry, we had a ferry to catch, and hamster wheels to jump back onto. As for the people of Eigg, I don't think they were sad to see us go.